How y'all doing? James, St. James the Greater. Philip. So, thank you all for the support last night. If you didn't watch the stream or the debate, I recommend doing it today or tomorrow. It really was brutal. And I usually I'm not the one to say, oh, I completely destroyed that person. I leave that to you guys. But in this case, no, that was just complete destruction. That guy was not ready. Not ready at all. So, and honestly, none of them are ready. None of them are actually ready for the counters. They just kind of dilly-dally around them and just avoid and obfuscate. But I started looking at some of the comments because it's always funny, and most of them at the top are in support of me and the the win that we got. But I found some that are just so insane. So I wanted to go through some of them and directly counter them because they're funny and they're stupid. And I get to see who they are, so I get to actually go, hey, let's why don't we set up a debate on modern day debate? Why not? They never do. They never do. They just like to yap in the chat, and then you go, okay, stand up on the podium, bucko. I'll have another rye whiskey. You're yelling? Well, fine. Fine. You just don't understand. Man, I just, like... So I'm trying to still refine all of the angles of attack. I want to get it to where it's like almost like a streamlined packet that anyone can use. Which is funny because some people were like, he's just using a script. Who cares? Who cares? I mean, imagine memorizing an argument and you're like, you're using a script of the argument. So? Who cares? How does that matter? What is it? It doesn't matter. I've been considering trying to run an Evo defense against you, so at least you might get a challenge. Yeah, that's fine. You can try. You like taxes, right? Yeah, that's right. Right to the water park. Born again water slides. All right. Well, we might as well just get started. I was waiting for people to come in, but let's just take a look at what people are saying over there. All right, this one was rich right off the bat. Okay, this person says, he says off the bat, Jim Bob spews out a fallacy when he says that genetic variance relies on populations. Remember that statement. He says genetic variance relies on population. Yeah. Therefore, the latter being unable to be the product of the former. Newer populations, he says, emerge from an individual. This is amazing. You hear this? Do you see how insane these people are? They emerge from an individual? I'm sorry, an individual? Is that a part of a population? This is how twisted these people are. An individual just exists. I'm sorry, from our inductive view of nature, it seems to me that individuals come from other individuals, which means there's an existing population for an individual to manifest themselves. He says newer populations emerge from an individual that is related to its ancestors or species. That's a population. These people are fanatically retarded. Being able to reproduce with members of it, that's a population. That is the origin of the subsequent humans that are related to the first maternal Homo sapien in Africa 200,000 years ago. Genetic variance is the product of reproduction. Reproduction requires populations. Dude, I swear. That have a chance of giving the progeny of the population an advantage. Wow. This guy's, you see what I'm saying? You see what I have to deal with? You see why I want to start a jail island? It's amazing. It's amazing. I tried to help Jim Bob, but it was all for naught. How broken is that fellow's mind when he thinks that being able to remember words more than 15 seconds grounds to accuse you of cheating? Yeah, sick. These people are sick. They're ill. They're twisted. They're perverts. The effeminate right after every one of his phrases, right? Was like nails on a chalk. Yeah, that's why I'm waiting for someone who's an epic clipper.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
To put something special together from that. Like, that was a bucket of gold, the entire thing. I just don't feel like downloading it and watching it again and going through. I just can't do it. I can't do it. But someone can do it. One of you guys can do it. I think debated the Evo version of Vosh, pretty much. He was, you know, surprisingly, that guy was actually more palatable than Vosh. Somehow. All right, so there's that. Okay, there's more. There's more. Let me see. This guy says, Jimothy using propositional logic to avoid the substance again? That doesn't even make sense. That's not even a full sentence. Oh, this guy says, Jim Bob, as usual, your problem isn't evolution, he says. Your problem is that your understanding of the scientific method apparently stopped at the laminated 7-step poster for middle school. Same holds for your IQ. That's interesting. The funny part about me using rudimentary scientific methodology that any 7th grader could know, the irony is that a 7th grader can point out that evolution doesn't go through the scientific method. Do they think it's less valid because it can be taught early? Is that what they're thinking? Oh, the old scientific method, the foundation, the actual practical foundation of all scientific inquiry. Oh, it's 7th grade stuff. It's just unbelievable. The arrogance. He says, you haven't discovered a fatal flaw in evolutionary biology. You've discovered that the 7-step scientific method worksheet your teacher gave you when you were 12 wasn't intended as a complete philosophy of science. What? No, it's more than a philosophy. It's an activity. These people cannot deal with the arguments. Scientists do not have to reproduce the Big Bang, rebuild the Grand Canyon, rerun a murder, or watch 50 million years of whale evolution in real time. They formulate hypotheses, watch this, derive predictions, and test those predictions against independent evidence, right? That's not the scientific method, by the way. Evolution does that spectacularly well. No, it doesn't. Your objection refutes geology, cosmology, astronomy. None of those are science. Forensic science is science before it reaches evolution. Congrats, you've disproven half of science. Nope, not even close. That's not even the argument.
Hey
not even
HJ, I laughed out loud when you asked if George Floyd was an ape. Hee ha ha.
Thank you. He further says, like the other guy, no, evolution doesn't claim variation creates population. Really? What creates populations? Populations reproduce. He grants himself populations. These people are fundamentally retarded. No, evolution doesn't claim variation creates populations. We just start with populations and they reproduce. You see that? Every time. Oh, no, it doesn't produce populations. We just have them. Populations exist and they reproduce. Mutation and recombination generate variation within them. Yeah, how did you get the population, you dipshit? And the evolutionary process can subsequently cause populations to diverge. I'm asking you how you got the populations. What did you wait for Santa Claus to get the populations? Did you order them on Amazon Prime, Mordial? You freak perverts. Every time you pretend to challenge evolution, you eventually retreat all the way back to abiogenesis. That's basically an admission that you don't have an argument against evolution. I didn't talk about abiogenesis. Evolution explains what happens. No, it doesn't. You tell a story what happens. You don't know what an explanation is, punk.
Jim Bob, half crab. I was kidding about the yelling not being the fruits of the spirit. Also, was that commenter implying that we teach 7th graders lies about science and grade them on their knowledge of false things? They really don't think about entailments.
Yeah. They don't think at all. They don't think at all. Every time you pretend to challenge evolution, blah, 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 mission that you don't know. Yeah, these people, will they debate me? Cool, let's set up a debate, I said. Watch, listen what he... That's not even it. Oh, that's not even him. And this guy defends me, obviously. So there's that. Let me see. Put me in. Oh, this guy. He says, "Put me in, Chief." You see how active they are when they don't have to actually defend in real time. You see how active they are? They're just like, pick me, pick me, pick me. This guy was worse the most because he not only didn't answer your questions, he didn't even understand questions. He didn't understand super chat questions. How does that guy even read just the preface of a book or the title of a book? Totally fried. This guy says, "Put me in, Chief. There isn't an apologist alive I couldn't crush in a debate on evolution." Okay. Cool. Let's set up a debate on evolution. Let me guess. You won't. Austin Sims comes in. By the way, we're supposed to debate soon, Austin. The guy who thinks there's as many scientific methods as there are genders. Do populations of organisms change allele frequencies? Totally irrelevant. We're going to debate it, Austin. Don't worry. Austin's trying to get out of the debate by debating me in the comments. Mary Amazon Delivery, here's your populations. Thank you. Very generous, Steelborn. Thank you. Unbelievable. Holy cow! That is a big super chat! See, he doesn't respond. Do you see this? This guy doesn't respond. Cool, let's set up a debate then. He said, "Put me in, Chief." You guys can make yourself known there too if you want. Bert, what is that? Bert Thompson, 4748. Hey, let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, let's go. Let me see. This guy says, see, it's all copes. Listen to this guy. He says, "These people debating JB need to come at it like they would explaining things to an 8-year-old. I agree. Let's pretend I'm an 8-year-old. Notice how your explanations still don't work, even trying to dumb it down for an 8-year-old. Break it down to the most basic, simple concepts. Only then will JB start to grasp how some of these things actually work." Yeah, I agree. I agree. But that's what's funny. Let's say I grant you your insult that I'm an 8-year-old mind and I need help. It demonstrates that you guys can't even explain it so that an 8-year-old can understand it. You can't even explain it because there's no explanation in evolution. There's just a story. And you could see, you'll see it in the clips, whoever does the good deed for Jortlandia doing a massive highlight reel on that, because that was an epic beatdown. Especially the part where I said, "Can you tell me how random mutation produces highly specific task-oriented systems?" He says, "They do. They do." That's not an explanation. And none of them can get past this. None of them. Get any of them. Get the best of them. Try. Try it. This guy says, look at this Cope. Axiomatic points out the bias I'm seeing with this channel lately. Especially with idiots like Jim Bob and the Wilsons. For them, it's popularity contest, and the moderators often let them. Daddy was a fish. Daddy was a fish. The moderators often let them run the debate while running over their opponents. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's called domination. You whiny little sniveling pig. Shut up. Right in the cage. This guy says, right? Just baseless claims. Just from Jim Bob's opening argument, the world has completely depleted its stockpile of straw once again. Okay, let's get into it. They will always say he's wrong, but never why, right? That's what this guy says. Yeah, thank you for defending me. What was the straw man? Evolution doesn't hold to the scientific method? That's not a straw man. Evolution doesn't hold that organisms possess essential properties? It does. He said, oh, gets interesting. This guy says his square analogy, for example, a square has mathematically precise definition. A dog does not. That's already a contradiction right there. A dog does not. To say a dog does not have the same precise definition as a square is to hold that the dog has a strict enough definition to not be a square, to not be a squirrel, to not be a tree, to not be a Gnostic. Is there any essential property to a dog? I mean, you are, in fact, referring to a dog that would necessitate a category that would require some essential properties, at least one, to make it a dog, right? These people are lunatics. They're fundamentally retarded. They don't think when they speak. They just speak. Terrible. Last hour of the debate was comedy gold, was dying when you shouted, no shit. Sorry for yelling, you guys. When AR said he wasn't listening. Here's some taxes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Insanity. I mean, it's pure insanity. Mammals. Yeah, we got into the mammals. And by the way, just to refresh you guys, evolution, the contradiction embedded in evolution is that essential properties exist, essential properties don't exist. If what you point to is essential property, let's say for a mammal at base level, mammary glands, if that's something that's accidentally, that's an accent of evolution, that is to say, through time, through other populations of things that weren't mammals, they developed mammary glands in a long process of flux. That means mammary glands themselves are accidental properties. They're not essential. In fact, under the evolutionary view, nothing's essential. Nothing. Not even DNA. Not even the genome. Unfortunately, the guy I just debated last night wasn't smart enough to even follow the cross-examination of, I don't know, the question, when you study the, quote, genome of a whale, are you studying an essential property of the whale? Or are you studying something that's accidental? He didn't even understand what that meant. He didn't even know what phenotype was. Nut jobs, nut cases. Nut jobs. Nut cases. And they just keep going. They just keep going with this stuff. And it's fine. I want more people to debate. If I look so silly and so stupid debating evolution, you should be more than confident to set up a debate with me, okay? Oh, look, Nasty Informant's here. Or whatever his name is. Marty Misleads, the cult leader. What's a tetramorph? Can you explain it to an 8-year-old? A tetramorph? I think that's a... What is that? A collection of symbols of elements together? 4 elements or something like that? Oh, to an 8-year-old? Oh, hey, 8-year-old. A tetramorph. Can you say tetramorph? Tetramorph. A tetramorph is a collection of symbols that represent 4 elements. Hey, Marty Leeds, how was your Sunday sermon? Did you talk about numbers and adding? Did you teach your cult of 100 people addition and subtraction and how much you know about the world, Marty? Huh, little Marty? Yeah, little pervert. Look, Evo has to be true because God, if God was real, we wouldn't have an action of the platypus. Platypuses are fascinating. They don't belong anywhere. They have venomous barbs that come out of the back legs. They have a bill. They're mammals, but they lay eggs. God was like, nice try, fully trying to understand things. Austin Sims, I must have missed it. Populations of organisms change allele frequencies. Do populations of organisms change allele frequencies? I don't know what that means. Is that a causal claim? You got to learn how to make sentences, Austin. Simpleton. Hey, Austin Simp. You have to make coherent questions. We don't even know what that means. Do populations of organisms change allele frequencies? Are you saying the populations themselves change the allele frequencies? Or are you asking if populations of organisms experience changes in allele frequencies? What are you saying? You guys don't even know how to speak. You should be put in a kennel. When's our debate? Austin, you're next, dude. You're next. On the Evo guillotine, dude. You're next. Why don't you just set up the debate instead of yapping in the chat? Ankle biting. Let's set up the debate, dude. You're the one who said you'd do it. Speaking of, changes in allele frequencies doesn't give you essential changes in organisms. That's what's in question, dummy. You guys just describe an observation and you think you did the scientific method. All you did is describe an observation. Let's say you observed, quote, changes in allele frequencies in a population of a given animal. Where does that get you? Nowhere. It literally gets you nowhere. That's just the first step in the scientific method. You didn't establish how changes in allele frequency follow with building complex mechanisms like a vestibular system. You know, you didn't discuss this. You're just like, changes in allele frequency happen. You're a numbskull. You deserve a helmet. I'm going to start sending people a helmet award. Jim Bob is a sued. See, no arguments. Comical, yep. Oh, this is good. This one's good. Ready? This guy says, your idiotic idealism of essential quality, I said property, or quantity, didn't say that, properties that make us hominids. What's a hominid? He did the contradiction immediately. And in the family of primates, what's a primate? He literally is affirming the thing that I'm questioning. These are morons. When did humans lose the essential property, whatever the fuck that means? We stopped being hominids. It's amazing. And then Austin says, Jim Bob's absurd logic, you can never... Do you guys understand what's happening here? When I ask someone what's an essential property of said group, he's saying this is absurd. And then he references hominids and primates and humans. To do that, you need to actually hold that there's something essential that makes something a primate or a human. That's the whole point. They're so dumb that they don't even understand the point while they're affirming it. Austin Sims says, by Jim Bob's logic, you could never hold anyone accountable for a crime because they aren't the same person? What are you talking about, retard? that committed the crime. No man ever steps into the same river twice. No, that's not what's happening here. It's all obviously contrived bullshit constructed to motivate. No, actually, the argument for forensics is an argument in my favor because forensics is proper science. You know why? Guess what? Guess what? Why can we do forensics? Why does forensics work, dummy? Because we can replicate things, you dummy. You silly, small-brained putzoid. That's my point. A crime scene can be investigated. Why? We know what a murder is. We know that people get murdered. We know that people are killed with all sorts of different tools and techniques. We've seen it. We have that on our side because we can reference these experiences. We can go, oh, that happened, oh, that was done with a hammer. Shout out to David Wood. The fact that forensic, I took it in college, by the way, Austin Sims, you dummy. The fact that forensics allow you to recreate rooms where bad things happened and recreate them. Recreate how blood splatters. Figure out where the bullet hit and what angle based on the fractaling of the glass, in what direction, where it starts splintering. They literally beat up live dummies in forensic reproductions so that they can come to a conclusion inductively through repetition what was likely happening, where someone likely was standing, how hard they actually had to hit them for blood to splatter that far, so forth. That can tell us a lot, right? The amount of force exerted on someone's skull would remove, potentially, it was done by a child or something like this. You idiot. You guys are actually in a cult. You're in a cult. You don't reason properly. By my logic, Austin Sims, it's the opposite. By my logic, you can actually hold someone accountable for a murder because you can reproduce it, because you do have access to the crime scene, because you do have access to the past insofar as what a murder is. We know what it looks like. We actually know what it looks like. You're going to get absolutely annihilated, Austin. Do you want to not debate me? So do you not accept change in allele frequency? No, that's a one observation, dude. What are you talking about? That doesn't get you anywhere, dude. Change the allele frequency? That's what they're telling me to say. Change the allele frequency? Change the allele frequency? That's all you're saying. That doesn't justify what you're claiming happens in evolution. Look, if you said the Pakicetus as a population and individuals demonstrated changes in their allele frequencies, it doesn't get you to the other side where it changes into a whale. I can't wait to debate you, dude. It's going to be worse than the guy yesterday, I promise. You're going to get completely annihilated, Austin. Completely. You don't even know what you're saying. You really don't even know what you believe. I know what you believe more than you know what you believe, dude. It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. With a murder, we can explain mechanically what happened and reproduce it. And reproduce it. We can explain it. We can reproduce it. We can develop high likelihood of explanation of what did it, what kind of person, you know, their body and how strong they were, where they were standing. There's so much you can do. Forensics is science. Evolution is not. Yeah, that's evolution, so you accept evolution? No, that's retarded. You think evolution is simply changes in allele frequency? You guys need to be chained to a radiator. You think evolution is merely describing, just simply making the statement changes in allele frequency? You shouldn't be able to vote, dude. You shouldn't be able to reproduce. You should get very minimal amount of food and water. You're literally a retarded person. You're actually appealing to changes in allele frequency as the mechanism that builds things. That's what you have to say. That's what you have to say. You have to say changes in allele frequencies is a phenomenon in nature, in biology, that builds complex task-oriented systems. That's what you have to say. It's truly amazing. Yeah, exactly, Justin. Observation, changes in allele frequency. Hypothesis, changes in allele frequency. Conclusion, the scientific theory, changes in allele frequency. They don't even know the scientific method, dude. They don't even know the scientific method. They don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they believe. They're just desperately regurgitating statements, platitudes. If you accept change in allele frequency, you accept evolution? No, that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. I didn't say evolution is a phenomenon in nature. Changes in allele frequency. That's an observation, right? How could the observation be the theory, you stupid putz? Austin, can an observation be identical to the theory? I can't wait to debate you, dude. It's just gonna be pure bloodshed. You can't even communicate what you mean. No, dude, it doesn't follow. Okay, so why if evolution is a scientific theory, but all you have is an observation of change in allele frequency, why would you need to develop a scientific theory if the observation is the theory, you dipshit? All you're saying is, I'm redefining evolution, the theory, as changes in allele frequency. That doesn't tell me any explanation at all. There's no explanatory power of that, dude. I'm not getting upset. You're a weasel. The actual definition, we're not talking about the definition. I can make a definition. It doesn't follow that it becomes a scientific theory just because it's defined, you dipshit. You literally need a muzzle. You need a ball gag. You need an earth-shaped ball gag, dude. Water freeze, therefore water freezes. I did science. I was big sads that he was too stupid to answer my question about humans, the more phenotypically similar characteristics. Yeah, because he didn't know Kung Fu what phenotype was. I just asked him that immediately after your question. He was like, I don't know. Your debate last night was an amazing takedown of someone so highly confident of his math abilities. Yeah. He said math was natural science. That's not all we have. That's all you're doing. You're not explaining anything. Tell me the explanatory power in changes in allele frequency equals evolution. Tell me the explanatory power of that. You can't. You're a numbskull. You're a doofus. You're brain rot, dude. They all repeat the same nonsense about the scientific method as a broad, and there's many of them, but they never define one beyond math. Yeah, I know. The last Evo debate at MDD is Austin guy wouldn't shut up in the chat. I know, he can't. Watch him debate, though. He's going to get obliterated. The fact that you admit change in allele frequency happens, no, that's like saying, I observe cow's fur getting thicker in the cold. Therefore what? Therefore what? You don't even know what you're arguing, dude. Is what happens when it makes it science and real. That Austin, I'm asking you one question. Is changes in allele frequency an observation? Watch this. He's below IQ. He's definitely either his parents or cousins, or he had a major blow to the head as a child or something. Something happened. He can't watch. How is it my chat can understand this question? Hey, Austin, is changes in allele frequency an observation in nature? Yeah, but Jim Bob, if I wish really hard and assert things, it's basically the scientific method. I'm also missing chromosomes, coincidentally. I didn't ask if you call it evolution. Can you answer one question, you pig? Is changes in allele frequency an observation in nature? Yes or no? Watch, he won't answer. Change in the inheritable. He's not answering. That's okay. You're incapable of answering direct questions. Are changes in allele frequency an observation in nature? Yes or no? This is how easy it is to destroy these people. Watch him exactly what Justin said. Watch. He won't answer because if he does answer, it'll demonstrate exactly what Justin pointed out in that chat. Is change, yes, okay. To have a scientific theory like evolution, how can you have a scientific theory that's just an observation in nature? So if changes in allele frequency is an observation, but evolution is a theory, how did you get to the theory if the observation is defined as the theory? You're cooked. It's just like it's like beating up Helen Keller.
Jim Bob, half human Justin. Austin is to science what Motitu metanoia is to sola scriptura.
Right. Although funny, it's getting a bit old watching Jim Bob completely misunderstand evolution. Yeah, I know. The reason I misunderstand it is because you guys can't explain it. They don't have anything, guys. Jim Bob is so dumb. He asked how scientists could possibly know that an identified mutation is what allowed the bacteria to adapt. It's quite simple. Bacteria are observed utilizing new... They just restate what they think is happening. They never give a methodology for how they know anything. They just restate it. That's all they got. Austin is just forgetting the part about testing your hypothesis. Well, he doesn't need a hypothesis. If you just observe changes in allele frequency, you don't need to explain how a Pakicetus goes through a mutative process to produce a whale in 53 million years. A scientific theory has to do two things: explain observations and predict future data. No, we're not asking what a theory does, doofus. We're asking what's required for something to be called a theory. You're saying for something to be called a theory, it has to explain observations? No, it has to explain causes to observations. If I observe a tree and I define it as a tree, and I predict that the tree will grow, is that a scientific theory? You numbskull? Okay, cool. I looked outside and I saw a tree growing. Because I saw it growing, I predicted it would grow more because I saw it growing. I have a scientific theory that trees grow. Fucking idiot. I can't believe we have to live with these people. Models explain observations? No, they don't. Models describe. The only way you figure out an explanation is if you have to test the model through an experiment. Then you have an explanation. Two models can describe two things with contradicting angles. So you need an arbiter between two models. You can't just say a model explains things, therefore it's right. You're dumb. You're literally like you shouldn't be in the United States. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be in the country. You should be deported. Evoturds ever explain what exactly a theory of evolution prevents a human from evolving back into a bacteria? Well, they can't predict any sort of morphology. They can't predict anything that is a certain way and it's going toward a certain direction. Even at the micro level of like a little nub, right? Some nub, they couldn't possibly tell you through their system a prediction of where, in what direction that nub is going to go. They couldn't possibly do that. Yeah, that's called question begging, Austin Sims. All you do is assert things. You literally don't have anything to say other than, evolution explains a lot of things. You can't even get past the observation, dude. That's why it's such a killer, me bringing up a 7th grade format of the scientific method, and you guys can't get past observation. You guys argue that an observation is identical to a theory. Your observation, your hypothesis, and conclusion are all the same sentences. Do you know how stupid that is? You should be ashamed of yourself. Your teachers failed you. Your parents failed you. Your friends failed you. You failed. Oh, the observation has changed in a little frequency. What's the hypothesis? It changes in a little frequency. What's the conclusion? Changes in a little frequency. I'm a scientist. Should have got the belt. See, he has nothing. He has nothing. Hey, Austin, can the observation, hypothesis, and the scientific conclusion, the theory, can they all be the same statements? I'm gonna actually completely unravel you in a debate. I can't wait. I cannot wait. You leave St. George the Breathless out of this. Thank you, Steelboard. Tell me, anybody in the chat, does that make sense to you? Did you ever learn in any scientific class, any paper that said, oh, by the way, we figured out the observation, the hypothesis, and the scientific theory, which is the conclusion, are all the same sentences? He won't answer. He's just emojiing now. He's just coping. What did I say? Cope, cope, cope. Austin, is it okay if the observation, the hypothesis, and the conclusion are all the same statements? It's a simple question. It's a yes or no question. They are. It is sad, Chris. But it shows like how, like, if this is a generation of people that are this dumb, and it's that rampant, it's that much of a phenomenon from the education system, no wonder we're in the state we're in when you look outside. When you look at these people and what they believe. I mean, no wonder. He thinks the experiment can also be the observation. Yeah. Yep. My son observed Spider-Man, then he told me Spider-Man is real, good enough for me. Oh, man. It's pathetic. He won't even answer that question. Austin won't even answer that question. Hey, Austin, please answer my question, sir. This is all practice. Please answer my question, Austin. Can the observation, in science, can the observation, the hypothesis, and the conclusion all be the same sentences? Yes or no? Please answer the question. Come on. We'll just wait here. We'll just wait here for you. It's fine. We have patience. We'll be here all day. You probably can't even repeat my question. Just like the guy yesterday. Spiritual deadness, of course. Definitely, Jason. Yes. Watch, you see, guys? You see how cowardly they are? Austin, can in science, can the observation, the hypothesis, and the conclusion all be the same statements? Does the change in allele frequency change the essential properties of anything? Well, that's what they would have to say. Because when they say changes in allele frequencies, they're actually arguing that changes in allele frequencies are tied to, or inextricably tied to, the traits and differences and variations we see. That includes organs. That includes phenotypical differences and similarities. Genotypical similarities and differences. You'd have to say changes in allele frequency is the thing that produces, I don't know, venom glands in snakes and also forms the teeth in a syringe-like pattern so it's connected to the glands and distributes the proteins that dissolve the rat juice. He can't tell you how any of this happens. He just says changes in allele frequency. He can't answer any of these questions. That's why he's going to get absolutely destroyed. I don't even know why you signed up to debate me, dude. Austin Sims, what is the evolutionary explanation for telos? He's not going to answer that. If I shake components until the computer chip randomly forms, where does the programming come from that tells the chip what to do? That's outside of his... He can't even read that sentence. Thank you for the 10. He cannot even get through that sentence and understand what it means. Poor thing. Remember, Jim Bob, propositions aren't truth apt. Oh, that was another glorious... Who's my clipper? Who's my clipper? Someone please get me the epic highlight reel from yesterday. Truth aptness, he said, is total made-up garbage. Oh, man. Changes in allele frequencies change the allele frequencies, which change allele frequencies. Evolution. Where is he? Where is he? Where'd he go? I thought I had just asked a pretty simple question, Austin, and you ran off. You're such a coward. When is this bozo debating? I don't know if we have a date yet. Should be excellent, though. Do you guys... I'm sorry, I asked you a question. Do you hear me, Austin? Do you hear what I'm saying? I thought you can hear me. Austin, here, let's take it slowly. You need an echo?
Austin, within the scientific method, can an observation, a hypothesis, and the conclusion all be the same sentences?
Oh, you're at work now? Oh, you can't... You can type all this garbage, but you can't answer my question? You're such a filthy, perverted beast. You should be treated as such. I hate these people with a passion. Lord have mercy. He can't even answer the question because he's at work. But he can be in the chat ankle biting, but he's at work. But he can't answer a question because he's at work. I mean, such cowards. You all chase your own tail. Yeah, you're here, but you won't answer my question. I'm sorry. It's a yes or no question, Austin. You have enough to type with your fat little thumbs, right? Doing meta-analysis. I'm asking you a direct question. Can the observation, the hypothesis, and the conclusion all be the same statements? I'll give you one more chance. You're a terrible person, by the way. Terrible human. The question is stupid and irrelevant. Do you see how bad faith these people are? They're scum. They're scum of the earth. It's irrelevant, even though I just said changes in allele frequency is the observation and the conclusion, but your question whether or not they can be the same sentences is irrelevant? All right, dude. Okay. Let me know when you're debating me. I'll save it for then. You're such a scumbag, dude. Truly. Just scum of the earth. Scum of the earth. That's all they do. This is what it's like debating them, though. That's why I'm going to have to drink the next, when I debate this guy. Because a simple question, right? And he's going to have Breakfast Tacos moderating. I hope Breakfast Tacos is ready to moderate against his friend. When I ask a relevant question, and the moderator is going to have to determine whether it's relevant, not you. Not you. Your inability to understand things, yep. You're not even dealing with it, right? I'm not going to interact with you if you don't interact with me. Okay? Coffee. If you can't tell me whether it's viable to take an observation you admitted was changes in allele frequency, and then the hypothesis is evolution, right? Changes in allele frequency, which is defined as the same thing as the observation. And then the conclusion, of course, is the same as the previous two statements. That's your position, dummy. You're such a coward, dude. It's disgusting. I can't believe that's a grown man, right? Can you imagine fighting a war next to that guy? Oh, you'd be like, I'm going to die. I'm going to actually die today. It's a stupid question. I'm not going to answer it because you know it's going to destroy you. We're not, no, we don't, you don't get to ask us questions if you don't answer ours. Right? Austin, shut up. Nobody's talking to you anymore, dude. You've already demonstrated you're incapable of answering a basic question, so we don't need to pay any attention. Pathetic. Really, truly pathetic. What else we got here? Oh, this guy thinks, look at more of this cope here. This guy says, I get, by the way, if you guys missed the debate, the first thing when I asked Austin, or not Austin, axiomatic reasoning, I asked him if evolution goes through the scientific method. He goes, well, before I get into that, are you a flat earther? How old do you think the earth is? No, it's irrelevant. He says, this guy says, I kind of get Axiomatic's question about whether Jim Bob thinks the earth, it doesn't matter. What I think is irrelevant. A conversation about evolution is going to be much different. No, it shouldn't be different. What are you talking about? The conversation of whether evolution is justified, a justified true belief or something scientific we could adhere to is irrelevant. It shouldn't change how you examine and summarize evolution. That's like saying, well, I'm going to teach this math program, but I need to know if you think the earth is 6,000 years old, because that's going to affect how I teach math to you. It's sick. Imagine doing electrical work with him. Austin, did you hit the breaker? That's a relevant question. These people. Jim Bob couldn't understand the concept of a computer simulation? Yeah, I know what a computer simulation is. It has no relevance to biology. Sick people. Jim Bob has his elementary school understanding of the scientific method. Yeah, I do. And it's funny how the elementary standard protocol for the scientific method destroys evolution, and it's from 7th grade. These people, man, line them up, you guys. Line them up. If you're so loud, if you're so certain how stupid I am, line them up. I'll do evolution week. You pig snakes, if you give me 7 Evo proponents, I will do a whole week debating you guys. Oh, Austin Sims already contradicted. He said the answer is no. He's in a contradiction then. If evolution is a scientific theory and it's equal to changes in allele frequency, and you admitted in the chat, we have it, Austin, you little snake. You admitted that changes in allele frequency is an observation, and you just contradicted yourself. They can't be the same statements. You're in a contradiction. You just cooked yourself. Jubilee, Jim Bob. Yeah, I'm not interested in Jubilee. It's too fast. It's not a good format for evolution. Did you guys see how quickly he contradicted himself? Austin Sims just previously, about 10 minutes ago, admitted that changes in allele frequency would be an observation. He admitted it. He said it. You can find it. But he also says evolution, which is the scientific theory, the conclusion that needs to follow from the observation, is also identical to the statement of the observation. Now he said that's not true. That's how quickly it ends for these people. It's okay. Line them up. Line them up. Oh, this is funny. This one's good. Okay. Let's get a big story here. This one says, this is rich. Look, his name's Evidence. It's funny. First scientist, quote, I have seen that couldn't define a single word. What do you mean by actually recall a single question? No, he doesn't. He should never debate. That guy should never. Someone told him, oh, I saw a clip of you. You should debate. And he was like, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. All right, so this guy says, why evolution is a scientific theory supported by evidence. Well, hold on, Evidence. You're skipping past the step. For something to be a scientific theory, it needs to go through the scientific method. If you say, no, it doesn't, then there's a lot of things that are pseudoscience that now you have to say are scientific theories. He says it's backed by extensive data. Note, data needs to be interpreted, by the way. From genetics, paleontology, anatomy, developmental biology, predictive power to allow scientists to make testable predictions about how organisms adapt and change. No, adapting is not the same. That's accidental. That's why this distinction that I picked up from Dr. Nathan Jacobs, should go give him a follow, is so important. When they say adapt and change, for something to adapt, I'm going to drill this into your guys' heads. For something, X, to adapt, X needs to maintain an essential property of what it is so that the thing that's changing in it at adaptation is possible. Adaptation necessitates the essential property of something because adaptation would be accidental properties changing within the organism that has to be itself. X equals X. It has to maintain its identity of what it is to be able to, quote, adapt. You couldn't talk about anything in a meaningful way to say, the mosquito adapted, the bacteria adapted, the cow adapted, the finches adapted. The statement of adaptation affirms the thing that they deny, essential properties. Do you guys understand that? I don't want it to just be me. So this guy says it. Oh, organisms adapt. I'm sorry. Do they adapt so much that they're no longer themselves? It's like Michael Jordan adapted so many new accidental properties and traits through practice and manipulation of his own body, basically. Does he ever cease to be a human being? Peer-reviewed. That's funny, peer-reviewed. Yeah, this guy's a dope. He's a dope. Let's debate it. Let's set up a debate then. Probably not, right? Unbelievable, man. God bless you. Thank you so much, Josiah, with that tenor. Steelborn, wouldn't homosexuality be an instant defeater for Evo if the primary edict of Evo is reproduction? Yeah, well, you could ask them, maybe not present it as a defeater, but ask them what is the adaptive advantage that would stay around. Because they argue. They're like, oh, animals do it too. Worst possible moral argument ever. Animals do it too, okay. What's the evolutionary advantage to this? They have to make up some sort of social rule that's outside of the bounds of evolution. Don't forget about time. Yeah, totally. Don't forget about time. The ultimate cause of everything is time. I'm pumped. Set them up, you guys. Get all these people. Get them all up on a line. I'm like the executioner. Just, come on, step right up. Step right up. Let's see what you got. Thank you so much, Berserk. By the way, Austin, when is our debate? I can't wait. I cannot wait. Species adaptation is one thing. Evolution is astronomically stronger claim. Oh yeah, it's a much bigger claim. It's a type of fallacy too. Like, you can get someone quite easily who's not aware of logical fallacies, and you ask them, the changes in bacteria you see, would you say bacteria is a part of the world of biology and organisms? And they say, yeah. And then you go, would you say that it's true of the part at the bacterial level that bacteria experiences changes and new adaptive qualities? Okay. Would you say that because it's true at the bacterial level, which is a part of the whole, would you say because it's true of the part, it would probably be true of the rest of nature itself? Oh, of course. Yeah, no, that's totally, yeah. That's a fallacy. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Line them up. He also said, like humans, things never leave their category. Listen to the statement. Organisms never leave their category. Okay? Did humans come from something that wasn't a human? Yes. Did mammals come from something that wasn't a mammal? Yes. But also things never leave their category? Yeah, what's the problem? Oh, it's just it's a contradiction, that's the problem. Why are contradictions a problem? It's Oh, that guy's trying to edit. No, not you. Not you. You're not it. You're not it. No. I need someone who's a good editor to put together the absolute clip fest from last night. You know, try to chop all the fat too. Don't include everything. Then he said the categories are just made up. I know. He said everything's made up. He said truth is made up. He said the law. Dude said the laws of logic were just made up. I bet Austin thinks that too. Boo-ba-ba-doo-wee. Who's in here? Who's Alex? Alex, you don't have a clue what you're claiming. Hold on. Alex. Moldovan. I don't know what you guys are debating. Oh, he's a fossil guy? We didn't even get into fossils. I wish we got into fossils. Yeah, there's the fossil thing is absolute gibberish. A fossil is a physical animation that they made. Booty-ba-doo. It doesn't matter, Alex. Fossils don't demonstrate change. Fossils are particulars. Change is an event. A fossil isn't an event. All you're doing is importing an event in your head and layering it onto a fossil and going, look at the change. You're fantasizing. You're fantasizing about the fossils. You're just looking at the bones.
Based on the bones, as you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones.
Yeah.
Based on the bones.
Fossils is the worst. By the way, that's the worst place to go. Fossils. Because fossils, you basically have to admit when you pick up a fossil you find is similar in anatomy, phenotypically. You have no genetic access to it. It looks like this other thing. Okay, to what degree? Could it just be the skull shape? Could it be one angle of the foot? Is that enough? Well, what's enough? They can never answer this question. What's enough of similarity to make the conclusion that it's either shares a common ancestor or is a common ancestor? What's the threshold of similarity? They'll make it up. But right when they make it up, you say, well, isn't it true that you have to argue also that you can find something completely dissimilar in phenotype, and you have to still claim that it has a common ancestor? Yeah, that too. Bobby last night said he's published work. Does he have a PhD? If so, pretty wild for a PhD claim. Well, he might have. I don't know if there's PhD in. Is there a PhD in math? He might have a PhD in math, if that's a thing. But it doesn't really give you anything, because just because you study math doesn't mean you can explain evolution. The guy didn't even know what phenotype was. We all know who runs the fossil game.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Wait, I think I got the wrong group. Fossils are snapshots from a movie. I know. Thank you for admitting that it's literally a movie, which are fantasy. Movies are fantasy. Look at this. Like, they even accurately depict what it is they're doing, and they still think it's scientific after accurately describing the hyperbolic way I would describe it. They're like, yeah, no, totally. Fossils are a snapshot in a movie that I made that's a fantasy of an event that I don't observe. Thank you. It's unbelievable. I'm amazed. I'm filled with awe. They just admit it. They don't even care. Like, yeah, no, it's a movie. It's an animation we made in our head. Snapshots. You just look at the bones.
Based on the bones, as you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones.
Yeah.
Based on the bones.
Yeah, no, that's true. We did. How the animation works? No. You just admitted it's an animation. That means you're interpolating. You're transposing an event that you don't observe. You admitted it. What do you mean? I know how an animation works. You take a frame. I'm an animator. You take a frame, you connect it to another frame, and you give the illusion of an event. That's literally what evolution is. You give the illusion of an event. You still have me in timeout, cowards. Well, I can still see you. But we don't need to listen to you because you won't answer any questions. So wait for our debate, Austin. See how it goes. How is it a snapshot of a movie? Bones don't tell you skin or full color. Yeah, it's just, yeah, what movie is this? Exactly. Doesn't tell you anything. All it tells you is at the bone level, at the phenotype level, at the anatomy level, only at the bone level. It tells you a shape of something. And if you say, look, this shape looks like this other shape. Okay. Well, you also hold that things that don't share shape are also have common ancestors. So what it's not a point. No, he shouldn't, Randolph, that guy should not be debating at all. Absolutely not. Whoever told him he should debate was probably on my side. Good on you. He got tricked. It's amazing what a little bit of confidence fluffing does to somebody. A little glazing. You don't need scientific method to support evolution as a theory. You do, because if you say that, then you have no criterion for what makes something a scientific theory. If you don't need the method, then anything is a scientific theory. Congratulations, you're a relativist. Doo-doo-ba-doo. I'll tell you another problem, which, oh, here comes Vagine. Talk about it. Speaking of evolution.
By comparing poop, I noticed evolution can't be true. Mine doesn't match my fish.
Thank you, Vagine. The other problem with the fossil appeal, I could demonstrate a problem with a hypothetical. I call Camel World, coined by some other atheist. Camel World presents a hypothetical in which a bunch of people who are really hyped on Evo, they dig up a fossil. Let's say it looks like, in some form, a camel, but it's smaller. It shares similar anatomy. They've never seen this thing before. They don't know what they found, but they're very excited because they do know what a camel is. And they do have a hunch about what evolution is. And so they pick up the camel bones that look like something adjacent to a camel. And they go, this isn't a camel, but it's like a camel. This is amazing. I can't wait for our grant money. And they declare we found something that's either a common ancestor of the camel or it shares a common ancestor of the camel. Either way, they come to this conclusion based on what? Similarity. Okay? Now, unknown to them, across the world at the base of a mountain in Peru, young little Chichua, she walks upon the same type of skeleton. And she's not overly surprised, but, you know, she gets dad and mom to come pick up the bones because they could make a spoon out of it because they're savages. And then they don't celebrate that they found a new thing because in this hypothetical, they know that there are camels and they know that there are these other things. Maybe it's an alpaca or something. Maybe it's something else. They know they coexist. They're not surprised. They're not writing scientific papers. They're not claiming grants, right? They know that this thing looks similar to this thing, but they coexist and they're similar. Now, let's go back to the evoturds who are celebrating their find. I asked the question to the evolution proponent. How do you determine whether or not the thing you found was an ancient common ancestor or something that shared a common ancestor, or whether or not it was just another animal that died out that could have, if it lived, it could have just as well lived alongside of the camel? And they could never answer this question. They never answer this question. How they determine whether or not something is either the common ancestor or shares a common ancestor, and it's somewhere back in the chronology and it developed or something into the camel, or it's just another animal that had a population that died, and if it continued, it would have lived alongside the camel anyway.
Would it be analogous for the people that say that we resemble answers by our physical parts to say if I cut a 1-to-1 shape of me out of a door, I am now part door, or the door is part me because it resembles my frame?
Oh, thank you, Vagine. Where are these alpaca bones found in the ground? That's irrelevant, because where something's found in the ground doesn't tell you the mechanism for morphology. This is why you guys are not scientific at all. You literally tell yourself a story, and then you say, well, if animals change into other animals, we can find animals that look like other animals in the ground. It doesn't matter where you find them in the ground, because you guys find things in the ground in places that shouldn't be, that don't meet your predictive model. You know what you do then? You invent a new species. Either way, it doesn't matter, because the thing in question, Alex, is how are you explaining through biological processes the change from one essential property of an animal to fundamentally something different over time? Oh, we look at the bones. No, the bones don't give you an explanation of change. Finding something in the ground doesn't give you any explanatory power of how things change at all. Zero. By the way, you must have written that before I finished my distinction between the two people finding the alpaca bones. How would you determine whether the alpaca bones, that you didn't know what they were, how would you determine they were, you know, a predecessor, a previous version that evolved into a camel, or they were just another thing that's similar that died out? How would you determine that? You can't determine that. You just have to make assumptions based on the bones. That's all you guys do.
Based on the bones. As you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones.
Yeah.
Based on the bones.
Look at this guy. He can't even defend evolution, so he has to move over to a topic we're not talking about. There's no mega turbo evolution because, Austin, you need to defend what evolution is. You can't say there's evolution turbo. Now, what we're learning, as I said in the debate last night, is that turbo adaptation is a thing. In fact, we can demonstrate that. There's a lizard that was transported from one location where it was used to eating bugs into another island that doesn't have as many bugs or the same bugs. And that lizard was able to adapt internally accidental properties. It doesn't not become a lizard. It has properties in its body that have adaptive capacity. to then adapt to eating other things because it no longer has those other things. So it adapted. The question is, did it accidentally do that, or was it already coded in the system? That's rapid speed adaptation. What, 40 years, 50 years? That's rapid. You don't even know your own dogma, Austin. You're lazy. You don't even know your own current dogma. Roar with laughter. You're not laughing. No, evolution is not the same as adaptation. Evolution's not the same as adaptation, doofus. That's why this essential property versus accidental property, the two, are so important and really dismantle their position. They can't get around it. This debate is going to be hilarious. Yeah, I know. You're panicking. You're doing nervous laughter panicking. I'm going to eat you alive, dude. Every time JB talks about Evo, it's like he eats Popeye spinach and his shoulders grow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nitty. He did he shouldn't be debating that. He really shouldn't. He didn't address the theory. He didn't posit a theory. He talked about dating, which, you know, if you want to get into dating because you're using a timeline and maybe you find something, a fossil that if the timeline of evolution was true, then maybe you'd find things in the timeline if your dating's correct. Fine. It still doesn't get you to the mechanistic claim of evolution at all. By the way, Nitty, I wanted to get you're a philosophy nerd. I don't know if you talked about it, but did you cover the Nathan Jacobs distinction between essential properties and accidental properties? Because I am looking for people like you, or maybe remember Colossus, that he was a nice dude. I want some good faith atheists to look at that, the distinction, and see if it's an actual problem inside of evolution. But nobody's really taking it. No one's addressing it. I asked Alec. I sent it to Alex Malpass. He said, "Thanks. I'll take a look." Maybe he'll do it. You accept evolution. You accept beyond evolution. That's just a claim. You'd have no arguments. See what I'm saying? You're lazy. You're a lazy thinker. You're a lazy thinker, dude. Adaptation itself doesn't actually entail what you call evolution. Why? Adaptation refers to the accidental properties of a given thing that's capable of changing something to suit the environment. Where's it at? Follow Dr. Nathan Jacobs, Nitty. It's probably 2 videos ago. He wrote Why I Don't Believe in Evolution, and he actually presents a really concise distinction between essential properties, some list, maybe not even exhaustive, but at least one property that makes a thing what it is. And then he gets into the accidental properties, the things that could change about the thing, but doesn't change the thing itself, just change aspects of the thing. And why that way of summarizing objects, which include organisms, when you examine it from that perspective, evolution basically denies these things. It doesn't make sense of them. You end up talking about a thing that actually has no identity because it has no essential properties. So there's no essential property that make a mammal because mammalian is a state of affairs, is a set of accidental properties that developed from not that. So it's this changing flux thing. But if something is an accidental property, it's definitionally not an essential one. It's a big problem. You really shouldn't give me that. You don't know what you're saying. You literally don't know what you're saying. Maybe Jim Bob can turbo adapt the power to make me stop. Make you stop what? Working? You're obviously not a good employee. Obviously. You're in such deep crud. You're not, you're in, the only thing that could possibly save you is if Breakfast Tacos stops me from bulldozing you. Like, he feels bad for you. Shorter than, oh no, it's way better than the debate. Yeah, no, don't, like, I don't even, unless you just want your brain to hurt, you know. No, it's much better. And he covers it really pretty much in the first quarter, Nitty. You'll see. FDA, yeah, FDA is a friend of Nathan Jacobs. You were a fish, K-Ram, okay? Don't be ignorant. You are a fish. You were a fish. You were a fish. You were a fish. Oh.
Moses Verdin. Bobby literally said we made up the laws of logic.
He did.
Jimmy boy, how do I stop laughing? I've been laughing so hard I'm crying since he said this last night and my face hurts now.
That gave me a huge giggle too, Vagine, as you've seen. 2 huge giggles I had. I haven't felt in a long time. Maybe from Tires or some joke with Megbob off stream. I haven't laughed like really deep guttural laugh in a while like that. Would there be a hard cap to this adaptation, though? Yeah, like I said, Alex, if something, X identity, can adapt, X identity needs to have some essential property that maintains what it is, such that it has the capability of adapting. It's really simple. It's really simple. In order for X to adapt, you point to something. Oh, look at its ability, identity, to adapt. It has the capability of this adaptation. That necessitates that the it is a thing. That is to say, it's not this other thing. That means there is an essential property that distinguishes its capabilities from this other capabilities. But if it, in this case, in the evolutionary paradigm, it is a mammal, but what distinguishes it as a mammal is an accidental property and not an essential one, then you don't have any essential properties. It's over. It really is the defeater to evolution. It is. They don't know it yet, but it is. They're going to grab onto the dingleberry for years, maybe 100 years more. But it really is the defeater because it's a contradiction. They talk about evolution by affirming these identities of things by essential properties that they assume, while teaching you that the essential properties themselves aren't really essential properties. They're just accidental occurrences over time. And by the way, it doesn't go just for these distinctions like mammal or not mammal. It goes for each organ too. That's why it was so funny bringing up the brain with Bobby last night, because he admitted that there's no real distinction between what a fart is, you know, inside nature, and what a brain and a proposition is. It's just air coming out. It's just gaseous material coming out of an orifice, which kind of makes sense from his view and his argumentation. It's a killer. The law of identity is a killer to nonsense. One of the funniest parts is when you told him he gets tricked at the bar because he doesn't know what a woman is. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what's crazy. They don't listen. That's why your opposition, you don't have to truly worry about them because they don't listen. They don't listen. I listen to what they're saying in the debate. I listen to them intently, even if I'm drunk. All offspring would be an evolutionary step away from the parent. Yeah. Yeah, like, look, Alex, I'll ask you, watch this. Alex, focus for a second. Over here. Alex Moldovan to the high school office. Alex Moldovan to the high school office. Alex, is there at least one essential property that makes a mammal a mammal? Yes or no? Alex, Is there one essential property that makes a mammal a mammal? Alex thinks kids aren't human. Oh, did he do that? He did the chronology distinction where you're a baby, but you change over time into an adult. Therefore, you're no longer essentially a human. They don't think. No offense. No offense. You guys don't think. You don't sit with what's being questioned. You just react and you say more dumb shit. People don't listen. You don't use the term essential property. Okay, is there anything that's necessarily the case that makes a mammal, biologically speaking? You don't use the term essential property, okay. Is there anything, one thing, universally about a mammal? One thing. Doesn't have to be the whole exhaustive list. Is there one thing that must be the case for all organisms you call a mammal to be a mammal? It's just literally the same thing as saying essential. I guess? Question mark? No, don't guess. You're the one debating. You're the one affirming evolution. Are you guessing now? There are character... dude, see? They don't listen. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, man. Right? Oh my gosh, dude. Lord help me. Seriously. This is God giving me a test of patience. He's like, you need more patience. Okay, those things don't change. Watch this. Those things don't change. Did mammals come from non-mammals? Mammals always stay mammals, but mammals come from non-mammals? Okay. If mammals always stay mammals and the thing that aren't mammals also stay not mammals, how do you get mammals from not mammals? How do you get it's over. It's over. It's over. Speaking over 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 5 left in the war chest against the evoturds. If you like supporting this grand endeavor of destroying this horrifying position, support your champion. You see where we're at, you guys? You see where we're at? That statement alone is where we're at. It came up last night. Yeah, those things don't change. Let's say mammary glands. Oh, really? Mammary glands, from your view, had to evolve into existence. Mammals always stay mammals. Okay, then the thing that aren't mammals always stay not mammals, but mammals come from not mammals? When I wake up in the morning, I'm glad Jim Bob is on our side. This is what orthopraxy looks like. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you. There he is. There's the guy. Yeah, I mentioned you, Evo. I wanted you to take a look at Dr. Nathan Jacobs' video on essential property versus accidental properties. Just search Dr. Nathan Jacobs, and it's about 2 or 3 videos back, Evo. I think you would do I would actually, if you did an actual video on it, I would review your video. Because I always appreciate your care and attention to trying to steelman what the person's saying. So I think you'd like it too. It kind of plays off the conversation we had about that problem that I saw as a problem where the branches branch off, but the nature would be the same as the overall tree. But then the natures of things change, so you're like, okay, which is it? Is everything one big biological tree, therefore all one thing? Or is there really essential differences between things? And he does it better by making this distinction. I don't think he created the distinction. I think it's a philosophical existing distinction. But it really helped me properly categorize the distinctions. You're comparing different degrees of details and categories? No, you don't have categories. You've already forfeited categories. If a category necessitates that there's something that's not something else, then you've necessitated what would call an essential property, or something that needs to be the case about one thing. You said yourself mammals are always mammals. If mammals are always mammals, then non-mammals are always non-mammals. They always stay as they are. That contradicts evolution, which posits over time that's not true. That a non-mammalian organism as a population can undergo some accumulative accidental changes and eventually produce a new category called mammalian. That's a contradiction. It's like you guys don't care about contradictions. That's what it's like for us. That's how we experience you guys. You're like, yeah, what's the problem? I contradict myself. I don't care. The way out of the dilemma is that all properties are incidental and all organisms are instances of an omnisubstance. Yeah, that just puts them in another position. But yeah, it falls into nominalism or some form of like materialistic monism where everything is everything. Bro, so deep. So deep. Yeah, they can't get out of the dilemma because how would the dilemma go? Either essential properties exist or they don't. If they say, oh, fine, they don't. They don't. They don't get out of the dilemma. They have to choose. Either essential properties exist or they don't. But that would be instances of an omnisubstance would be nominalism, though. So if they took that route, Thomas, it would be self-refuting to talk about anything in any meaningful way because you're talking about the universality of, let's say, DNA and what it is. If you study the genome of a whale, that you're not really doing that because you're only studying the instance of a particular thing. That's it. Everything's particular only. It's nominalism. It always was. Alex, this is their game. They always ask a question back. Fair enough. Can a thing be a part of a more than one category? Can a thing be more than one category? Yeah. But a thing, to be able to say a thing is in one or more categories, it has to have something about it that puts it into either of the categories or both. Do you understand? So you being able to say, well, things could be in multiple categories, like water and ice or something. Ice, multiple categories. But you gotta understand the thing in question, Alex, is to say a thing exists and that it could be even placed in multiple categories is to necessitate that there's something essential about that thing such that you could put it in a category. You understand? Multiple tiers of categories doesn't get you out of the required component or variable that something has to have to be able to be categorized to begin with. But that's the point, dude. That's like literally the argument is like evolution, all of these things are in flux, so they're not actually in any categories. They're not actually, it's not objective. There's nothing objective about a mammal being a mammal. It's just like it's like a name. It's a name we use. That's all. As long as the categories aren't contradictory. Exactly. And that's a good, thank you for saying that, because that's where it gets into a problem, because you have a category of a thing that comes from not itself, but it also belongs in the category of not itself. This came up in the debate again with Sam. Remember Sam? That poor guy? Mammals always come from mammals, except when they don't. The essential and you know what someone said? Who is that one dude in my chat who's always in the chat who just does memes? He only does memes of plants and mustard plants. What was his name? Emo? Where is he? Is he in the chat? Emo guy. He's like the essential property that puts something in a clade is, or the essential property of a mammal is that it's in the clade that it's in. It's a part of a lineage, he said. That's what's the essential property. Really? Really? So, two things that are not each other can be in the same clade. That's what makes them essentially what they are. That they're share a folder with something they're not. That's nutjobville. That's like you shouldn't vote kind of stuff. That's how crazy it gets out here. Wild. I don't know how you guys do this. It's like you're... Honestly, I almost like feel you guys are victims. The irony is that you're always... these Evo atheist people, not to say that there aren't so-called Christians who try to make evolution work, which is a disaster. But most of you go, oh, these Christians, they're so indoctrinated. They just believe anything. By the way, I was a fish once because someone told me. I never actually questioned it, how they got there. But they have a lab coat on. They're talking firmly to me. They test me. I need to go to college. I want a girlfriend. I need a girlfriend. I can't look stupid and say evolution isn't true. I need a girlfriend. Poor schmucks. Before I date you, I just need to know, do you believe that we come from pond scum and that all life is meaningless and has no purpose? Because you're really cute in, like, your picture, and I did swipe left on it a few times. But I just want to know, before we get going further into this, do you believe that we was fish? Do you believe it? Because I cannot date, like, a dodo. I cannot date a dodo. I will not. Do you believe in Uncle Fish pond scum? AP got back. They now saying you gave an argument from incredulity? Not even. Not even. I never gave an argument for incredulity. I never said, I just don't understand it. I said, explain it to me how this is the case. That's on them to do. It kept all of its previous ones. The thing with multiple categories is that mammals didn't come from non-mammal in the sense that it jumped categories. A new one was created. Okay, if a new category is created, it follows that mammals come from not mammals. Let's put it in different mechanical terms. Alex, there's a population that weren't mammalian. They undergo changes in allele frequency, random mutation, natural selection, whatever you want to grant the magical mechanism. It turns out that the mechanism for that population in successive generations started producing the first iteration of a mammary gland and so forth. You still have to hold that mechanically, chronologically speaking, a population that wasn't mammalian, over time, through some generational differences, developed this thing you now categorize as mammalian. You don't get out of it by just describing it differently, dude. You still have to say mammals are the product of a process that was that a category of not mammals were subject to. You have to say that. That's what you have to say. And you're like afraid to say it. You're like putting it in different language to see if it makes more sense to you. It doesn't make sense. Okay? Experience the week of cognitive dissonance. Elevate yourself out of the cognitive dissonance and come to the truth, dude. You have to defend insanity to say, oh no, it makes sense that something that is mammalian never actually dies not mammal. The entire category of mammal never leaves mammalian category, but it came from a category that's not that. That's called special pleading. That's assigning some different status to something in the same category. Special pleading all throughout evolution, special pleading. Clade runner, that's funny, clade runner. It's madness, madness, madness! Bob chat link, bobchats.com. That's like saying race cars came from non-race cars. No, race cars are not biological. They are created with intentionality and purpose. That's not like saying that at all. Not even close. Total category error. No, that's not like saying that at all. To say it's like saying that would be to say that that's the same category. They're not the same categories. Cars are man-made for purposes. Stop. Cars aren't the product of unguided biological mechanistic processes, dude. Stop. You're coping now. Now you're just straight coping. Stop it.
Nope.
Stop. My tire's biological, I know. My stomach looks like a tire right now. Yeah, race cars race cars are intentionally built and engineered for a certain purpose, and it's not biological at all. That's my new thing. You don't deserve food or water. You're talking categorization, not the mechanism of evolution. No, we're talking about evolution. The category of cars is not the same as the category of animals. Two different categories. So, what are you talking about? You're trying to critique the categorization methodology by saying a car is not in the same category because it was as what? A car didn't exist and it came into being by a man or collection of men who took items and made them into something. No. The car doesn't evolve from something that's also a vehicle. In this case, if your analogy worked, a car is a vehicle. A car as a vehicle evolved from a backhoe, which is also a vehicle. And because they're both vehicles, in this case would be analogous to organisms, does it follow that a car comes from another vehicle just because they're both vehicles? No. No. Great job yesterday. Thank you so much. I haven't laughed. Me either, Draco. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. $10. So they really want us to believe that the only differences between a chicken and an iguana are feathers and self-regulated body heat? Pretty much. And that goes much further, Holongate. Because ultimately, think about their tree. The only unifying thing that we're all like is Luca, this glorious atom, basically. They have their own atom. They have their own first mankind, the first organism. It's not mankind, but like, they have their first creature, Luca. Luca. You're like, where did Luca come from, though? Well, I mean, there's another one before that, too, but, you know, we need a good first page opener to this evolution thing. This analogy is wrong. Backhoes and cars have common ancestors, silly Sicilian man. Yeah. That comparison was brought up in the debate before last one. Yep. Yeah. Well, they do really bad analogies. For instance, they use the color one, which is atrocious. The color spectrum. They're like, well, it's not a big problem. You don't know when red becomes orange because there's a blurry thing in between. I'm like, red never becomes orange. Do they actually think the spectrum is because they're reading it from right to left like a book of color? Do they actually think the color itself is changing into orange? It makes sense because that's how they see fossils. They're like, look, the fossil's changing in real time. Bunch of nut jobs. It is flawed analogy, but cars absolutely evolved into a colloquial way. No, they didn't. They didn't evolve. They were built. They didn't evolve. They didn't evolve. Like, you're just granting yourself the colloquialism of evolve. That's not what we're talking about. All cars and the changes to the models of cars and the optimization of cars and the added features of cars are not downstream from a no guide process. This is engineering. You're outside of the bounds of evolution now. I'll take that as a concession, Alex. Go back to the drawing board, dude. Buy some chalk crayons and go scribble on the sidewalk until you come back with something good. Not trying to be mean, but it's just like, this is so low tier, dude. This is like so low tier, dude. So there aren't different categories of cars that are nested within each other. You need something that is called a car to have that, dude. You're trying to argue nested hierarchy inside the evolutionary paradigm, which requires that things have to have some essential property to what they are. Is a car a rickshaw? Is it the same? Is a car a horse? We literally built a car, so we can have a category called car because we built a car. Cars didn't always exist. For something to exist, it necessitates that there's a category. The first car. There's historically a moment where the first car is built. Too much Flintstones. There's no evolution of engineering. Yeah, there's no evolution. Technology today was possible 1,000 years ago if we had known it's all limited to physics and chemistry. Yeah. Yeah, there's no evolution. That's why, I mean, to be fair, he said colloquially, but it doesn't, there's no need to use the term evolution for engineering. You don't need to do it. It's a silly phrase to use. It's optimization. That's what engineering is. If you say something, quote, evolved, what you're really saying is it's been optimized, or it's been aesthetically enhanced, or not. Maybe aesthetics went out the window. Maybe they abandoned aesthetics and just went for pure function. You don't say it evolved, only in a sense that it changes, but it doesn't change the nature of what we're referring to. A car. It's a car. That's a car over there. It's not a building. It's not a tree. It's a car. Also, on the color analogy, is there a specific wavelength that a color is not red but orange definitively? Well, even if you came up with an exhaustive set of frequencies, right, on the scale, like let's say there's a spectrum in front of me. There is a frequency of red, and there's a section of that frequency, and then the blurred section is its own section of frequencies, and then there's the orange. Even if that was blurred, the frequencies of each color never change. That's why the analogy falls apart. It never changes. The frequencies never change what they are. The observation of the frequencies sequentially laid out in a spectrum or a rainbow, that's an effect. And what's funny about the rainbow is that the rainbow, the spectrum, is an effect of something that's objectively established. That is the case physically. Universally the case. These spectrums, the frequency that shows up typically to most people as blue, that frequency doesn't change to something else. Ever. So you're looking at an effect. But the problem that doesn't work with evolution as an analogy is because you have to argue that blue not only changes its color, the frequency changes its color, you actually have to switch categories too. You have to say color changes to something that's not color. Entirely. Something that's not color. Gravios, I think that given the evolution mythos, you'd see things mid-evolution. Yeah, you'd see nubs between one populi and another, and it just doesn't exist. Like, you cannot see evolution happening in front of you. You can't even see the start of something that they're like, well, don't worry, just enough time. It's just an accidental development right now. It's figuring it out. No, everything on our body happens to have pretty hyper-specific function, tasks that it does in the body, even the skin. Everything about our body. They like to try to point out something that's vestigial, but that's just question begging. How are they going to determine that? How are they going to determine that? No, you can't determine that. Either way, the majority typically of your body, every aspect of your body has some defined function, not just on its own, but it has a mereological relationship to other things in your body. That is to say, it's like a giant city. The way you would zoom out from a city from an engineering perspective, all of the city works together and it has different purposes. You know, the highways, we could say, are the blood. Transportation. to bringing nutrients and other things, oxygen and nutrients to places, like a delivery system. Each of the buildings, maybe the buildings do different type of manufacturing for the overall system, for the body. Maybe there's an electrical plant that gives the body energy, gives the city energy. It's funny how all of creation is reflective at a fractal level of biology, and it's completely engineered. And there's even a field called biomimicry that does high level engineering that's based on biology. And the notion is that it's like, oh no, we're going to design high level precise engineering and base it off something we believe was accidentally created is hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, you just see adaptation. Yep. That's all you see. But there are other people who can see blue as green, right? But it doesn't change though. No, it doesn't change. It doesn't change the frequency. It just changes the observation of the frequency. The frequency is the same. I can't understand how ancient species are still around when the narrative mentions how other members of the species evolved into many other different species. Yeah, to tag onto that, Evan Lord, this came up with the Sam debate where we were talking about the genome of a whale, and he said the genome of a whale was ancient. So it's not just species, Evan. This is where it gets into real nominalism, when you really highlight how broken it is. Is the genome of a whale ancient? He says yes. Okay, so does the genome of the whale, it's not proper to the whale. It's not an essential property of the whale. It's something else in the past. He has to say yes. So when you study the genome of a whale, Evan, you're actually studying an ancient thing that doesn't actually belong to the whale. It's just hosting the whale. Or the whale is hosting it, I should say. Like a skin sac body. You know? Right? 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 By the way, you don't escape abiogenesis, Alex. I know you guys think you can, but all you're doing is arbitrarily granting yourself populations. But every other population you know about inside of the biological world, and even the, like plant life, everything you know about biology comes from previous biology. And you guys just go, well, I'm not talking about abiogenesis, even though you have to face it. You just don't. You just don't. You just grant yourself arbitrarily, totally ad hoc, give me populations. You guys are acting like God. You're like, oh, I'm going to speak populations into existence. Do I have to justify them? No. The structure they called ancient when proteins are recently created. Yeah. Yeah, ancient what? How is that ancient? If it's nominalism, each genome and every little section even of the genome is its own particular. It's not related to anything else. It's not bound to anything. There's no unifying principle that unifies all of the things as a universal. Well, yes, that's the core of evolution. Common ancestry, which is inevitably will get you to one initial life form. Yeah, so there's no real distinction. So like I said, common ancestry, the only category you could possibly say is objective is just things that are alive. That's it. And you grant yourself one single life form, but you can't explain how a single life form magically, you grant yourself it magically occurs, but then you have to explain how a single life form branches out into more complex life forms that have their own essential properties and categories and features through random mutation. You can't do that. All you can do is tell a story that you might as well just sell as a children's book at this point. And you guys, I don't know how you guys don't question this. I think it's a social thing. I think you guys look stupid in high school if you ask about evolution. And you're ridiculed and you don't get dates and, it's embarrassing. Because you're up against a collective mass that is like, no, you're stupid. I can't believe you deny evolution. And you're like, wait a second. Isn't it fair for me to ask, how does the start point of a universal ancestor called Luca, what's the mechanism by which you go from a single organism called Luca or its population, and you go from that to massive diversity of animals, including the ability to, I don't know, inject venom into a body so it dissolves the body from the inside so you can eat it, and that's incidental? How do you go from this unique Luca start point to a functioning brain that does philosophy? Tell me how that happens. Let me guess. No, I won't even guess. I'll let the audience guess. When I say, Alex, tell me how that happens, that's the claim you're making. Tell me how that happens. What do we hear every time?
I couldn't watch the debate live, but someone asked what humanity was going to evolve into, and R said that evolution was directionless. I would have asked him to make a prediction, considering they use that as a backbone of why evolution works.
Yeah, well, I went the other direction. Thanks for that. I knew right away when he said evolution has no direction. I knew that the two premise knockout argument against him was right there. And I went for that instead, which was this. If someone says evolution has no direction and that brains are a product of evolution, then thinking, which is a feature of that product of evolution, would not have any direction. Therefore, there's no directionality of thinking. I mean, it's pretty simple. And by the way, it doesn't apply to just the brain. There's no directionality or correct way for the heart to be facing or to be working. There's no directionality, the right directionality of blood or direction or anything like this. There's no directionality of there's no proper way to eat and then defecate. The directionality, and obvious, this is very obvious with the progressives, that they reject the directionality. It's absurd. You can't defend it. Nobody can. Nobody can. It happens. Yeah, just things happen there. Yeah, it just happens. How does it happen? That it happened. The assertion is that it happened. Can you justify how it happened? Yeah, I'll be happy to. It did happen. That's right. Truth is impossible. That's why that's why that clip with Not a Professor Dave went pretty viral. Because, glory to God, there was enough people who understood the consequences of such a position, that there's no directionality of thinking. Race cars did come from non-race cars. They didn't, though. Human centipede, yeah. Where'd Austin go? It's awfully quiet. What are you doing? The crappy back end website development for like some, Democrat company, some NGO? Is that what you do, Austin? What are you doing? What are you up to? Anywho. Line them up, you guys. Line them up. He left the chat, yeah. That's true. If any car would be a race car if you race it, yeah. Thank you, Patristic Faith. Nice to see y'all here. FDA raid. Shout out to FDA. Nice. What we got? What we got? Austin got timed out for the day. Good. Bunch of nonsense. Hello. Here, let's ask, since Alex is here and he seems to be interacting with us. Alex, can you focus for a second over here? Alex, could you explain how random mutation produces a vestibular system? Just like generally. You don't have to get super detailed, but like, how do you believe random mutation creates a pathway that actually generates and manufactures a thing called the vestibular system and its function? Imagination, quote, grand storytelling and millions of years give or take a billion. That's how evos justify it. Yeah. That's what they do. He's just approving H1Bs. Yeah, he is. Yep. That's like asking how placing bricks one next to each other makes a wall. No, we know how a wall is built because we can replicate building a wall, dude. What are you, 10? I feel bad for you. What are you, 11? No, it's not like asking that. Why? Because I can build a wall tomorrow and I can replicate building a wall. So I know how placing one brick next to each other can make a wall because we can build a wall.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
Yeah. Yeah. We know. We know how a brick makes a wall. Bricks are placed by people because walls are products of people. Now that we've established it's not like asking that, can you try to answer the question again, Alex? How is it that random mutation over time builds a precise system like the vestibular system? Not going to answer? That's okay. That's a point in my direction if you don't answer. That's okay. I'm used to it. Yeah, that happened last night too. The analogy was simulation and modeling, and I was like, simulation requires a mind. Well, let's go back to the Fang question from the debate. What can't be understood from random mutations accumulate to create a Fang? What can't be understood? An explanation of how it happens. Really, that's pretty much what it is. What can't be understood? I don't know. Your inability to explain how it happens. Isn't it fair if you claim the accumulation of random mutation builds fangs and builds the delivery system of complex proteins that dissolve the insides of rats? If you claim that happened, that was built from random mutation accumulating, wouldn't it be fair to for me to ask how that happens? You're literally in your imagination. You're like, what's so hard about you adopting my imagination, Jim Bob? I mean, can't we just agree that we can both imagine this abstract book that doesn't have any paragraphs in it, but we just go by the titles of each chapter? Why can't you just come with me and you'll see a world of pure imagination, random chaos, random mutation, building extremely complex mechanisms. Look at all the things out in the world to see, intestinal tracts and much more. It's like you guys never grew up. Isn't the other problem the color analogy is that it's a singular axis where evolution is 1,000 axes simultaneously changing the same direction? Yeah, that would add to the problem. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the tenor. If DNA changes to instruct the body to grow fangs, well, no. How does a random mutation instruct the complexity of growing fangs, dude? You're literally question begging. You're like, well, if it happened, then why can't it happen? No, how does that happen? If it happened, then isn't that good enough? How does the random mutation in DNA instruct growing fangs? How does that happen? Well, I mean, if it happened, then is that good enough? I mean, how could we not experience a collapse in the West? Honestly. How could we not experience the absolute collapse of civilization? This is where we're at with philosophy. I mean, what do you mean? If it happened, Jim Bob, then I don't see the problem if it happened. How? How? Enjoy the debate, but Evo scientists claim the essential features versus accidental features doesn't exist in biology. Well, yeah, I mean, that actually refutes their entire position. That's the point. That's the why I bring it up. It forces them to expose that they utilize and affirm things that would require features, essential features, accidental features, because that's the only way to make sense of even this biology. So I've asked this question, Lord, if they deny that there's any essential feature that exists in biology, that's a contradiction, because biology itself would require an essential property when it's in contrast to non-biology. And that's the trick. That's the real trap right there, Lord. That's the real trap right there. Remember that, you guys. When you ask them about essential properties versus accidental, if they do bite the bullet and say, we deny both, that's just made up language. It doesn't apply to biology. Listen closely. When they say biology, they're actually arguing that there is an essential property that makes biology biology and non-biology not biology. Is a rock biology? Well, why not? Well, we're back to an essential property requirement. There has to be something essential about the things you're putting in the category of biology for you to refer to it as biology. Are you still timed out? No, but you want to be? It's the fastest way to get timed out to ask that, though. It could be a fang. It could make it to be hollow. What do you mean? It could. It could. It could. No, we're not asking if you think it could. We already know your fantasy that you think it could. We're asking you how. How? It could. How? How? I mean, it could. I told you, Jim Bob, it could. Essential property got nothing to do with biology? Cool. What's biology? Can you define biology? Is a biological thing an organism? Is that a category that's distinct from anything that's not biological? See, this is perfect. Perfect real time. I'm glad that person asked this question before, because we have Paul here, the non-legend, actually demonstrating in real time my point. He says, essential property has nothing to do with biology. Okay, cool. Can you tell me what biology is that distinguishes it from something that's not biological? We'll just wait for Paul here.
Jim Bob, if Dirk weren't your best friend, then he would call you dumb and other names. But he won't. He won't do that to you. Because friendship, maybe the real evolution, was Dirk and Jim Bob's friendship.
Dirk, you're not my friend. I don't know you. I wish you would stop donating. It mutates, that's how. How does mutation inform the construction of complex things like a FANG system with its protein delivery system? He says it mutates. That's literally the thing in question. You're either young or broken. I don't know. Or both. I'm driving. You're driving. This is such a cope. These people suck so bad. You type something that's a full sentence. I ask you a question that requires just as many words to type, and you say you're driving, so now you can't answer the question. Essential properties, how many words is that, by the way? Essential properties has nothing to do with biology. Those are 8 words. You couldn't, in 8 words, tell me what's required for something to be called biological versus not? You guys are such pig, snake, low tier animal beasts. How it mutates? No, what's a mutation, dude? Do you know the 3 typical types of mutation, Alex? Do you know the one that you're trying to refer to that can build stuff that are beneficial is the one that you actually don't observe, that mathematically would be the least likely occurrence? But even if I granted you some occurrence that you were like, look, it's doing something, you still have to tell me the same way in a manufacturing plant. You like to use made things as an analogy. How is it manufactured? How does a mutation that's mostly an error or a duplicate that for the most part, typically 99% of the time is neutral or damaging, tell me how you take the 1% of a mutation, that occurrence, and draw out the building plan for a fang. Tell me how that happens. It just happens. It just happens. Oh, no, I'm so glad you asked, Jim Bob. It happens. The funniest part about Evo debates is when they talk to you about your religious beliefs instead. Every time. Every time. They talk about Noah's Ark. They talk about the flood. They talk about all the time, the shape of the earth, the age of the earth. Anything but actually defending their view. It happened. It happened. How does a Sky Daddy explain the fossil record? Well, actually, a created world would actually justify categories. So when you say a fossil record exists, you're actually assuming that there are distinct categories of animals that existed. The point is, primordial soy, is that really, are you doing a bit? I think he's doing a bit. Sorry. I actually thought that was a real person for a second. Sorry. Where's the driving guy who was really loud and now he's quiet because he got completely blown out with one question? Where'd you go, guy? Oh, I'm driving. I can't type right now, even though I was just typing. I can't do it now anymore because you asked me a tough question. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I caught on to that. It's hard to tell these days. It really is. Yeah, no. All the smartest, mind aggregates, the best processing power that ever existed cannot defend the claims of evolution. Thank you. No, I got that. Thank you. I'm glad I caught on to that. He just got pulled over. He's in an ambulance. I need better opponents. I really do. I'm trying to find them. I can't find them. They're actually getting worse. They're getting worse. I thought I was going to level up. I thought, oh, cool, climb the ladder and, find some real good opponents. No. I've been dumped off into the Brazilian favela of intellect. I'm in the deep ghettos of Africa of debate. Yeah, I want Dawkins. Yeah. I'm your new opponent. The movie Transformers proves evolution. Jesus and whatnot? No, I don't. Unless he's argues for evolution, I'd debate him. I'd debate him if he tried to say evolution was compatible with Christianity. He's a Catholic, but I wouldn't debate him on theology because I'm not primed for that. That's a job for Alex Soren. Jay already completely dismantled his classical foundationalist evidentialism right off the bat, so he'll never debate Jay because Jay will just sweep the leg. Classical foundationalism is like a shoddy kickstand to a bike. You just sweep it, and the bike falls over. So, Dickie Dawkins would never know. No. When he turns 30. Majesty of Reason. Yeah. Oh, that guy? Yeah. He just did a 7-hour thing. I thought, oh, here's a video from this guy. Maybe I'll check in on it. I looked at it. It was 7 hours. Seems like a prop. He seems like a prop, actually. Now, it's completely normal. It would be totally normal as well for these things to organically happen, where they suddenly have like the new talking head. But something makes me feel like there's a little bit more engineering going on. It's just a hunch. I don't have any evidence. You know, I'm canvassing it right now for now. But I have a little intuition that these things are not organic. They get like sprung up and then they get overloaded with support. And then they rise to the top of the dialectic. And you're like, how did this happen? Like, why are we listening to this guy? What's so new, bright, and shiny about this guy? A guy converted to Catholicism. What? Okay. Who cares? I want Jay to debate Dawkins so badly. I just hear Jay's impression. Yeah, just him hissing. Yeah, Dawkins is living his golden years with his with Claudine, his girlfriend. It has it's 20 hours. No, dude, see, what the hell? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. We was originally a beautiful black woman. The first black woman. She started everything. He kept complaining that you were using specific definitions. I know. He was like, you're using words. Brett Weinstein, he's so boring though, Paolo. He is so boring. He's as boring as Dave Smith. Can you imagine those two talking on a podcast? Ooh. End it. End it. Now that you're typing again, Paolo, I don't know if I missed I had a question for you, sir. I hope you're parked somewhere in Compton. You said essential properties, quote, had nothing to do with biology. And I simply asked you, sir. I really appreciate a response. I didn't forget about you. I would really appreciate if you answered this question. Is there something essential that makes something biological versus not biological? Let me guess, you're driving again? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm about to go down a curly slide at the park. Sorry, I'm on a swing. We're going really high. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'd really love to, but I'm actually paragliding. Would Weinstein agree with any of this? He's a nonsense machine, that guy. He really is. Total nonsense machine. He's so boring, too. It's like, I don't even know what would have to happen to him for him to be palatable. I mean, did you see that show he does with his woman? Is that his wife or something? Oh, the aesthetic is like if the season of fall threw up. The season of fall is supposed to be beautiful. It's like if you took a picture of some disastrous location in India and you asked AI to draw out the palette from that picture and you're like, I'm going to make that my set. Did you guys see it? Maybe I'll show you. I won't listen to them. I'll just show you how aesthetically damaging. What's his name? Brett Weinstein? Oy vey. Where is it? Where's his little podcast? Is that it? Evolutionary Lens. Oh, they're live right now. Look at this. Look at this. What is going on, bro? What is this?
Inferences from the past. and that's some of what we'll be talking about today.
Yeah, it's especially interesting in light of the fact that we have historical patterns, we have modern examples of things that are in some ways like them, and we also have...
Oy vey. He's like, you know, he has like gynecologist vibes.
Technology.
Doesn't he?
So even over the course of our lifetimes, where
Just relax, just relax.
evidence
It's
for all of the
okay.
things that have taken place.
Looking good. It's looking good.
The nature of that evidence varies.
That is gorgeous. Oh. Your mother was here last week. I told her to say hello to you. Did she say hello? Where's my pillow? Get away from me. Where's Paolo? I didn't look. You can't get out of this, dude. I don't forget. Paolo Legend. Park your car. Answer the question. Park your car. Answer the question. Everyone's running from me. I'm not even that scary. I'm not even scary. I'm a jolly little guy. Even when I'm yelling at you, I'm likable. What are you running from? Come back. Flaps doctor. Yeah, he's like a flaps doctor. Just lay back and relax. Who is my most formidable opponent? I mean, technically, like maybe JF Gary Epi, only because he can run around in like more technical biological chemistry terms, neurology and stuff. So it could occur like he has access to more technical knowledge, which is not good optics against someone like me who lacks a fair amount of technical knowledge, you know, proper terminology of like biological things or whatever. But I go after a different attack. So maybe him. Plus I'm scared he's going to off me and put me in his wall. Professor Dave. No, Professor Dave is weak. He's a terrible debater. Terrible. Awful debater. Really, he really shouldn't debate. He should just stick to his whiny expose videos that he does. Like, this guy's such an idiot. You ran from my pinned tweet, atheist panel can't defend evolution. Already broke down your essentialism. Wait, what? Your pinned tweet? Do I follow you or something? I'm barely on Twitter. What do you mean? Atheist panel can't defend evolution. Okay. From 2 weeks ago, already broke down. You didn't answer my question, though. You know what I'm saying? This is why you guys are such scumbags. I didn't ask your account of you thinking I'm running from anything. I don't even remember your tweet, dude. Okay? I asked you a simple question. You said essential property has nothing to do with biology. I simply asked you a question, Paul. Okay? Is there something that necessarily has to be essential about biology for it to be called biology, in contrast to things that it's not that it's not biology? You ran from my tweet. Who are you? I'm not even on Twitter barely. What are you talking about? I ran from your tweet. You just made a claim here and now that I addressed, and I'm asking you, is there something essential about biology for it to be called biology, as opposed to things that it's not biology? Yes or no? Yeah, but I'm not going to answer that because I'm a scumbag. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable, man. You ran from my Etsy page. You ran from my... Wait, what's like the article writing one that nobody... Substack. You ran from my Substack. Where is it? 2 weeks ago? Look, I'll look it up right now. I'll even look at your stupid tweet. I'll break it down just for you, because I have nothing else to do here. Fine. Fine. I'll do it right now. We'll do it live! Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Where was it? My post? Wait, what did he say? Here. Atheist panel. Tweet. Your tweet? Atheist panel can't defend evolution? From 2 weeks ago? What? Is that the same name? Paulo Legend? You freaking nobody. You ran from my tweet. I'm a nobody. Why'd you run from my tweet? I'm literally nobody. Where are you? See, how am I supposed to find your tweet, dude? Tell me who you are. Dropout substitute teacher Dave would be funny. Can you tell me what your Twitter handle is so I can find your tweet? You see how gracious I am? I'm literally working to find your stupid tweet right now, and you won't even give me the good grace of answering my simple question about biology. Go back to your video. Oh, so not a... You pinned... I'm the pinned tweet? Oh, a comment. Do you know the difference between a tweet and a comment? Okay, let's look at it. Gosh, you're retarded. It's like herding retarded cats, honestly. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's find it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see what he's talking about. Let me guess. He's not going to have a good argument. You pinned the comment? Okay, it's fine. I'll find it. I'll do all of your work for you. And you won't answer a simple... While I'm looking at this, could you please answer my question, please? Paulo? Is there something that needs to be the case for something to be biological versus non-biological? It's a yes or no question. Is there something that needs to be the case about something you call biological for it to be called biological versus not biological? Simple question. My whole chat understands the question. Okay, atheist panel can't defend evolution. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's do 11,000 views. Nice. Go me. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. Okay, here it is. Now, while I'm reading this, please conjure up your answer. You know, because I'm doing the fair thing. I pinned the comment. I know. I want you to answer my question, though, because I'm actually reading your comment now, and I want you to answer my question. You pig. Snake. Paulo says, right here, a mammal isn't identified by finding one mystical property. What? Mystical? No, not a mystical, a biological property, like mammary glands. Are mammary glands mystical, dude? Are mammary glands mystical? You are... All right, let's try to get through this. A mammal isn't defined by finding one mystical property underneath everything else. Nobody said that. That's a straw man. It's identified through a large, organized suite of biological characteristics: skeletal architecture, development, organs, tissues, genetics, reproductive biology. Jim Bob is much more capable of his moronic followers that he can parrot positions not understood by them. No, I actually answered this question probably under this. You're not engaging. Look, watch this. I actually asked him the same exact question. Are any of those biological characteristics essential properties of the whale, or are they accidental? So, look, you thought this was somehow a response, dude? You got to be kidding me. We're back to the same question that you didn't answer. A mammal. Let's go to a mammal instead of biology. Is there anything that needs to be at least one thing? Not mystical. Is there any one thing that must be the case to call something a mammal? I know the answer. My chat knows the answer. And you can't answer this question. I'm about halfway through where you are in the stream. That Austin guy is a real shiny, but not too bright. Orthodozer. Yeah, he's going to be debating me. I don't know why he would do that. Okay, I read your thing. Now you have to answer my question. Please answer my question. Are any of them essential to being a mammal? Exactly. Let's just go with one that's not mystical. Mammary glands. They just punched themselves in the face, yeah. I don't even hit. I'm like using my nubs. Getting pinned inflated the hell out of his ego. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Come on, man. I did the good thing. I read your comment, okay? You said I ran from it. I literally answered it. I'm the first comment. I'm literally the first response to your comment, and you said I ran. So now we know you're a liar, and a cheater, and a coward. Come on. Come on. Answer the question. I read your comment. You answer my question. It's fair. Be fair. He's crying, punching the air. Come on, I have patience. Speaking of patience, 3 out of 10 on this goal. Only 6.5 minutes left. Fund the war against retardation. Keep me going. Slashing through the nonsense. He is in the following clades: liar and coward. Yeah, he suddenly gets real quiet when I read his own comment back to him. Still waiting. Come on, Paulo. Where are you? Brazil? Paulo? He's driving back to Reddit. Haha, you fell into my trap. I don't answer anything. Keep reading. No, I read it. I read your comment. And I asked you a question back, okay? Fair enough, okay? Let's be fair, Paulo. I read your comment and I responded. It's not a mystical property. I gave you a counter example, mammary glands. Are those mystical? Are those mystical? No. Is there at least one essential property that makes a mammal a mammal? Yes, mammary glands. Okay? Now answer my question. Is there an essential property? Because you said essential properties have nothing to do with biology. The term biology. Now please focus, Paul. Is there anything that's essential to call something biological as opposed to something that's not biological? It's a very clean question. You won't read the conversation? No, you don't answer this question. Dude, you're such an insufferable little maggot. No, read all my comments. Read all my comments. I don't have to answer your questions. You don't answer any of the questions. You just look, I'll embarrass you even more if you want. Okay, here's the next comment, he says, right? I asked you, are there any biological characteristics that are essential that make a whale as opposed to not whale? Okay? That's what I asked you. Watch what he says. What relevance does that question have? Ugh. Okay, I'm going to give you one more chance to answer my question in the chat. And then if you can't answer it, you're banned. Get ready, Rich. You're my guy. Get your cleaver ready. My question to you, and if you don't answer it, I have to ban you. That's just the rules. You can't waste my time. I read your question. I read your answers. Went through them. Okay? You're just discarding my question, that it's irrelevant to ask whether there's something essential that makes a whale a whale. You say it's irrelevant. Okay, you're not engaging with my question. So now, I'll give you one more chance, Paulo. You little freak.
Holy cow! That is a big super chat!
I watched some of your review of JNW vs Born Again Atheist. I watched the whole 2-hour exchange. You barely scraped the surface of her turbo spurging,
She's the worst.
schizo, spaz fest,
Yeah, she's the worst.
freakish, and at times seemed almost demon possessed. And I don't just throw around the demonic possession thing willy-nilly like a Pentecostal.
Thank you, Vagine. Very generous, $25. Paulo, you get one more chance to answer my question in the chat. Is there something essential such that you can call something biological versus not biological? Is there something essential as a property that you could classify something as biological versus not biological? If you can't answer this question, if you refuse to answer this question, I have to kick you from the chat because you're just wasting time. One more time, because you guys have a problem listening. Is there something essential such that you classify something biological versus not biological? And what is it? Too many characters to copy paste? Okay, get them out of here. Bye. Bye. Just dishonest people, man. I try to engage with them. I try to get them to elucidate what they're believing, what they're saying, and they just refuse. They just refuse. It's fine. I'll just find more. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just find more. There's a lot. There's a lot of them. There's too many characters to say yes. Yeah, it's a yes or no question. Yes. The answer is yes. That's why there's a distinction, biology. It's a distinction. Nature is filled with things that are biological and things that are not. Therefore, there's something essential as a property that makes something biological. Now, he knows he's in trouble. That's why he's not going to answer, because he's a dishonest pig snake. Speaking of pig snakes, 50 seconds left with 4 to go. Is it possible? It actually is. Is it unreasonable? Absolutely. 40 seconds, turbo chain of 4. It's doable. It's doable. They all act like anime protagonists. It's really insufferable, man. I totally understand gulags. I really do. I totally get it. Ba-da-beep ba ba da ba 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 ba. I'm way behind the stream. Please tell me someone asked if Austin Dims ate paint chips. Something. I asked if he had a head injury, to be fair. Paint chips would be included in a head injury, so. Yeah, he's going to debate me, which is going to be horrifying. I'm going to need a lot of liquor for that because, he's not only debating me, but Breakfast Tacos, who's, sometimes a good moderator. I've seen him fail a couple times, but this is his buddy. So, Lord have mercy. Pray for me. Is there still a Discord? There is a Discord. Sure is. There sure is. Do we have any more? Sort by newest? Let me see. Ba-da-beep-ba-ba-da. Sometimes I wonder if people are really that dumb. Yeah, spiritually deluded and dumb. Combination. I believe it. Or they just double down on saying stupid things for the sake of some weird debate. I don't know. Maybe it's like attention. Agree on everything? No, we don't agree on everything. That's what makes this chat pretty awesome, Alchemist. But then again, I mean, you believe in determinism, so what would it matter if we agree or not? Huh? Come to liturgy, Alchemist. What are you doing? We're waiting for you. Everything you believe that you disagree with other people about, and everything they believe that you don't agree with them is completely determined from a Calvinist view. $5. Thank you so muchy. Thank you so muchy. Yep, it's like a barbecue. It's like the one time I participate in cannibalism is with the evoturds. They get attention boners. Yeah, they do. They finally get the attention from their dad. I'm their dad. You see Ortland on the Transfigured Life? I didn't actually review it. Maybe we can shift gears now that we demolished all the evoturds. Transfigured Life. Gavin. Ortland versus Jortland? Maybe. Ortland versus Jortland? Maybe. Protestant Orthodox Dialogue Review. Is this recently here? 2 days ago? Nature of the... Okay, this is good. Yeah, let's do this. Let's move on over. Moving on up. Do Calvinists think our determined story can be stored in a divine USB? That's good. I still have to do the puppet thing. I don't know if I should do a real thing with puppets. I actually have a puppet somewhere. Like, I don't want to be, like, sacrilege, because in a sense you're depicting God puppeteering humans. But that's the visual, though. That's, like, the truth of the matter of Calvinism, though. So it's like, you gotta be tactful. Gotta be real tactful about it.
There's not
amen to that. Agreed on one church.
Amen. Yeah. So the thing is, like, Protestantism or like your church did not like. If we go to the time of Nicaea.
Okay, enough with the music, guys. Chill out, okay? This isn't a sequel to Terminator, okay? Okay? Chill out. Ah, the one true church. Chill, dude. Chill.
It's like that. Where is it located?
But we're happy to have you with us. It's a pleasure and an honor. Welcome back to the Transfigured Life.
Great to be back with you both. Yeah, we've had a couple discussions before that were great, so I'm looking forward to this one as well. Thanks for having me.
Certainly. And we also, of course, Father Jonathan, Orthodox priest, 33 years. So yeah. Well, just to get our start off, Father Jonathan, he wants to kind of
study of ecclesiology, and that's our topic for tonight. Which is more correct, Protestant ecclesiology or Orthodox ecclesiology? Now, of course, Protestant ecclesiology can be a very broad topic, and Protestants in general have wide disagreements about many things, including the nature of the church, what it is, and so forth. But that's not my concern right now. Dr. Gavin will address that. I'm here to talk about what the Orthodox Church has believed and taught about herself for 2,000.
Is that his... Someone said that's his face the whole time? He looks like Zenadiah in every movie. He should put a hood on and one of those nose things. He'd look just like her.
Years. The church, as St. Paul affirms, is Christ's own body, Ephesians 1:23. And the people who have been joined to it through water and the Spirit in holy baptism and holy chrismation, and who partake of the precious and life-saving body and blood of Christ, who abide in him by eating and drinking the flesh and blood of the Son of God, are now God's own people. Protestants, perhaps generally speaking, believe that the term body of Christ means anyone who has faith in Christ. It is for them, after all, a big tent with just about anybody making such a profession can be in it. But to the apostles and their disciples and successors, it has, paradoxically, a much broader, richer, and yet more specific meaning. Either you were in it or you weren't, and they established very clear markers to determine that. The people of God who are in the body of Christ, the church, are now part of a royal priesthood, individually temples, dwellings of the Holy Spirit. In Ephesians 1:15-22, we read that God the Father raised and glorified Christ, who was crucified, making him head over all things, and over especially the church, which is his body. St. Paul uses the term soma, the fullness of him who fills all in all. In 1 Timothy 3:15, it says, I'm writing to show you how to behave in the household of God, the ethos of God, which is the pillar and ground or bulwark of the truth. Now, it's clear in the scriptures that there is this visible entity, a visible community, not an invisible one of the ways in which we disagree with our Protestant friends. which is keeping the faith and properly teaching, and properly
sassy
worshiping the
face.
triune God within a sacred and visible covenant community that has a sacred and visible and definable history. And again, you either are in it or you're not. By the time the Nicene Creed was completed in the year 381 AD, they had not created a definition for the church, for there was no need to do that. The scriptures were clear, so much as to more clearly define what the church had always believed in the face of horrible lies and deceptions, much like today. The church, the body of Christ, meeting in council, gathering many bishops together, and later giving the councils of Nicaea and Constantinople I a proper designation of ecumenical as...
Yeah, he debated that other dude. Wait, was it him? Who's the other guy who's like him? Who's the other annoying guy with a lisp who looks like he has Mormon face? It's much smaller. He debated someone. I don't think it was Gavin. It was the other guy. I forgot his name. And he obliterated him. He completely obliterated him. It was like a joke. I forgot the guy's name though already.
As applicable to the entire church, the entire ecumeny, established 4 principal criteria to identify the Church of Christ. It was one, it was holy, it was Catholic, and
Gavin has 7 squishy toys on his desk.
And it was apostolic.
Matt Powell, thank you.
We'll get to some of these words as we go through our talk today with Dr. Gavin. In the New Testament and in the subsequent history of the church, there is not one example of a church, a worshiping community of believers that began without apostolic authority. Now, the question for this evening is the church something that anyone can start, bring into being, bring into reality? Can anyone set up or establish a church? As the scriptures and the church fathers, particularly the apostolic fathers, those closest to the apostles who knew them, who were disciples of those very apostles, the church as the body of Christ cannot refer merely to Christians collectively.
He actually said something really crucial there. Can you just start a church? And people think a church is like a location, satellite location of an invisible church, and they just happen to rent out a space. But he's not really talking about that necessarily, but rather if there is a true church that Christ gave us, and that necessitates through the apostles some authority to bind and loosen through time, that is to say you can pass down the authority that we would call succession of the faith and its practices. Isn't that something that's needed to even say a church could exist? Yeah. Now, what's interesting is that people do sort of a restorationist approach, but if you really think about what the perversion is, it's that one perversion is that it splinters the church, and it argues that you can have a multiplicity of irreconcilable positions of authority and call it all Christ's body. That doesn't make any sense. Further, they almost do a new type of Pentecost. That's how perverse it is. If you're going to use rhetoric against this, you might even present that in a debate where the birth of the church in reality happens multiple times. And, Joseph Smith did one, and, all of the restorationists and the reformers did their own. A new revelatory moment in church history where there's Pentecost part 2 and 3. It's so perverse and prideful. But further, it doesn't have any through line or threading back throughout history, which is where Father Jonathan Ivanov is really starting from. And you have to start from it.
Because the apostles set up real churches with real traditions that many Protestants do not follow. This is what the Acts of the Apostles shows. This is what verifiable history shows. This is what St. Paul's writings show. Letters to ordained leaders of those churches. How can St. Paul correct the Corinthians on church practices and sacraments? By what authority? Those churches established by the apostles had apostolic teaching and...
Oh, here we go again. Anthropanatheism. How do you deal with someone who thinks in terms of essential properties of living organisms? You already contradicted yourself, dummy. Let's see if he can answer a question. Hey, Flobbery guy, is there something that needs to be an essential property to call something a living organism? Even the term living would be an example of an essential property. Living organism. I'll try my best with you guys. Answers in atheism. Is there something specific that makes something a living organism versus a non-living organism? Yes or no? Let me guess, guys. He's not going to answer. I'll debate and learn about church history at the same time.
And tradition before the New Testament was ever written. They had bishops. They had apostolic succession. They had sacraments, particularly baptism and the Eucharist. They had liturgical worship. They commissioned and sent out other apostles and missionaries. They convened in council to make binding decisions on the whole church. They had all the markings and signs that continue to this day to point to the Orthodox Church.
That is a class of objects, not an essential property. Is there anything essential about the class of objects you call biological that distinguish them from non-biological? All you did is reaffirm that there's a class of objects you call biological. I'm asking, is there anything about the class of objects called biological objects that are distinct from non-biological objects? You're so lucky I'm not the king. You're so lucky that this is not a monarchy that I'm at the top of. I just wouldn't even debate you. I would just find you.
Church, not the Protestant church, whatever that is, maintaining and continuing the church the apostles left behind. In particular, the scriptures...
Essential properties is itself a class. Let's try this again, dum-dum. The class of objects called biological, which is not the class of objects called non-biological. Is there anything about the biological class that's distinct that makes it biological versus non-biological? He just says essential properties itself is a class. Wow. Just a dodger. These people suck, man. They really do suck. Gavin's mind, where did I leave my favorite fidget spinner?
Themselves plainly prove the existence of a real historical church and local churches through apostolic succession. Even the original 1611 Protestant King James Version mentions that Titus was the first bishop of Crete. This is at the end of the epistle to Titus in that version. Father Alexander Schmemann, one of the great theological luminaries of the 20th century, once said, "The church is not an institution with doctrines and sacraments, with teachings and mysteries. Rather, the church is a community of people with teachings and mysteries. It's a mystery with institutions, not an institution with mysteries. You are either in the reality or you are not. There has never been, from day one, a question about this in the..."
There are fuzzy boundaries. Boundaries between what? See what I'm saying? All they do is obfuscate. All they do is squirm and obfuscate. If there's fuzzy boundaries between living and non-living, then the term biological as a class is arbitrary, right? So there is no such thing really objectively as biological organisms, because you just said there's a fuzziness between non-biology and biology. Okay? So the answer is no. There is nothing that's unique or peculiar about the class called biology. Thank you.
The minds of the apostolic fathers and church fathers who have spoken about this. The church that we believe in is a sacramental, Eucharistic, theological, historical reality that continues to this day in and only in the Orthodox Church.
It's beautiful.
Dr. Gavin?
That's transcribable right there. That'd be epic. That's like a copy and paste opening statement right there. Nice.
Yeah.
Yes, Dimbulb, it's arbitrary. Cool. Why are you talking to me then? If it's all arbitrary, why are you talking to me if there's nothing objective about what you're saying about biology or non-biology or classifications? Why do we even care what you're saying, dude? You old balls.
Over to you.
Well, thank you, Father, for sharing.
So let me get this straight. Humans arbitrarily distinguish things that are living from non-living, and there's no actuality to living versus non-living, right? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
So I didn't mean to jump in here real quick. We'll probably move to a more free flow dialogue. But Gav, if you want to share, I know there was a lot shared there. If you want to share maybe your views or your thoughts, some of the things that you've heard. I know that was so I appreciate you sharing. But yeah, if you want to share, if you want to kind of.
Such an idiot. I mean, answers in atheism. You're such a moron. He says humans classify things. I'm sorry, humans classify things. Do other things that are not human classify things? You see what a contradiction machine these people are? Hey, answers in a slur. Hey, slur bag. You just said humans classify things. I'm sorry. Humans classify things. The statement assumes that humans is a category. Do non-humans classify things? It's blurry. It's blurry. You see what a contradiction these people are in? Constantly. They don't even think. They don't think when they talk. They don't think when they eat. They don't think when they live. They don't think.
I know that was a lot, but if you want to kind of add to that or even share how you understand the church. I know from my reading of some of your material, I know you've talked about the church being made up of multiple institutions, and you said a lot of important things about how you understand the church. So if you want to add.
Yes. Yeah, thanks. And I don't have a prepared statement here at the beginning. I was thinking we would just come to dialogue here, but just to interact with that a little bit and share, introduce some categories. I think in the time we have, maybe I'll just focus on the main point that I see as the difference, because there's a lot of agreement. I mean, we can speak of the church as institutional, as sacramental. I actually love that phrase, mystery with institutions, rather than institution with mysteries. That's interesting. And on so many points, we can go, 80 yards down the field together.
You know what's beautiful about this is that answers in atheism's position about biology. Gavin Ortlund, it's the same problem, but he's talking about the entity, the identity called the church. This is what's so fascinating. This is why I'm so interested in both of these, is because you can see the nominalism in both, regardless of the content, the angle, the type of philosophy that's being practiced is the same. For instance, to transpose it into this category, is there anything essential as a property that makes the true church versus fake churches? Isn't it? See, I'm trying to make it clear that the overall worldview of nominalism forces the person into these issues where they don't actually have identities of things, whether it's the true church or whether it's mammals, right? It's the same problem of nominalism, the rejection of categories, the rejection of essential properties or aspects to some identity that needs to be the case for that identity to maintain its identity over time, to make sense of it, for it to be a real thing.
And saying, yes, the church is the body of Christ. Yes, it is this organic reality and so on and so forth. I think, Luther, you just mentioned the question of not restricted to one institution. I mean, that's one way of getting right into the nerve center of where we have differences. I'll throw out a few categories. First, it's a caricature of Protestants that we believe in an invisible church rather than a visible church. And this is something I've tried to belabor in the past, and I'll keep trying to clarify this. The visible-invisible distinction is a distinction affirming two different aspects of the church. It is not a affirmation that the church is invisible rather than invisible. And actually, it's in a pretty modest claim, actually. It's saying there's the church as God sees her, because he knows exactly where everyone's heart is and who is actually united to Christ. And then there is the church as we see her, and our vision is imperfect. So there can be people who are baptized and look like they are Christians, but they are actually not mystically united to Christ. In their hearts, they may hate Christ, like Judas Iscariot, who was an apostle in one sense, but so forth. Even all those things, though, we can find a lot of agreements conceptually. The nub of the issue is, for me, Eastern, and I think for most Protestants, Eastern Orthodoxy is restricted.
I think Father Jonathan Ivanov's camera is on a desk, and his handwriting is shaking the camera.
Of the church to herself. And that really is the issue there. I mean, basically, I think the response, and I've, this dialogue has come out in connection with several others I've been having. So we've been working at these things, and I've been trying to make myself available to just talk and have these discussions to try to work at things and try to keep a charitable relationship along the way. And I think the dialogues have been pretty good,
Oh gosh, they always do this like, I'm a nice Christian. I'm here to be nice, and I'm just here. I'm going to go, when we leave this place, I'm going to say horrific lies about Orthodoxy, but I'm here just to discuss things with you. Maybe have an iced tea and an orange juice. I'm just here, and I think things have been pretty good between us. I think this relationship has been pretty good between us. I don't see why we can't meet up again.
They have clunky moments, but I think clarity emerges.
They've had some clunky moments for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a little awkward when you're coming from two different paradigms and you're trying to sort of get on the same wavelength.
No, we're not trying to get on the same wavelength. You're a heretic.
And so there's moments of friction like that. But I think they've been good. And I've appreciated each person I've dialogued with. And I think clarity is kind of...
I think we can probably, maybe at this point, share a caboose.
I would maybe very much like it in the future if me and maybe Father Ivanov could maybe take a trip and do you like roller coasters? Because I like the roller coasters.
Have emerged from those in some ways because
Maybe we could share a soda with 2 straws.
I think some of my just original points have sort of been acknowledged and conceded. That I'm called a Christian in a colloquial sense, but not in a soteriological sense. There's this idea that Protestants are kind of over there with other non-Christian religions.
Well, if I could,
just finish the thought, then I'll stop in a second. But basically, the concern that is at the heart of it to me is just basically still on the table for me of just, why should someone accept that the true Church of Jesus Christ is restricted to Eastern Orthodoxy per se? I guess
because pluralism would be incompatible with one true church. The pillar and grounding of all truth is a multiplicity of incongruent beliefs and doctrines and practices. Then the pillar of truth is pluralistic and incompatible.
I'm just trying to figure out why I can't mix it all in, like take a perennialist approach, or maybe some other approach and put it all in a basket. I'm just having a hard time seeing it. Why can't we just simply include the Aryans? I'm just having a hard time seeing it.
I would love to just maybe, and this is something I'd love to talk about with you guys, is just to share how that comes across to me, how I'm starting in my just life as a human being and as a Christian, that then I get to that claim and the background before I get there.
I can tell you, Gavin, it's because when you were born and you first were introduced to Christianity, you probably didn't include the historicity of Christianity. You probably didn't understand or know, or they didn't tell you, your parents or whoever didn't tell you, that there's a grand history to Christianity in space and time. And there is a necessary successive chain of authority of the deposit. The faith that was deposited needs to be guarded, and it needs to be authoritatively taught and conveyed through generations. For you to even be born into this generation and look around and go, well, there seems to be this thing called Christianity. That's weird. What is that? What is that? It's called a necessary precondition. It's like a tag argument for the church. The transcendental argument for orthodoxy.
And then to try to understand from your perspective why that is compelling to you.
Yeah, polygamous.
Because to me,
exactly. Why can't we just have polygamy? Why can't Christ be, married to a couple of babes?
Go through my life and I say, basically, I'm a human being. I'm a Christian because I think Christianity is true. I think God exists. I've been convinced by Christ. I think Christ is God. I think Christ rose from the dead. And then you're going from there. And then I get to this point where I meet a claim that comes at me and says, actually, only about 12 or 13% of what you're...
I'm not arguing whether Protestantism is true. I just don't see why it necessitates nominalism. Well, when it comes down to it, I mean, nominalism being, well, we're just sorting out reality by naming particulars. Is there any universal truth? Is there any universality to the truth of the true church? Or is the church just like sort of like this abstract thing that we just assign the name church to, and we're all subjectivist about it? The idea is that anything, not just Protestantism, anything that rejects one true church and its rigidity of its identity and historicity and authority, anything that rejects that and moves away from it branches off a new particular that you just assign a new name to, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And you just keep creating nodes of things that are not even congruent with each other. But because you use the name, I'm a Christian, right? It's just by name. You just define it by name. I'm a Christian, just like the trans. Now, it's not an accident that the trans phenomenon that we see in their epistemology, which is literally self-declared, as Alex might put it, I'm a, what did he say? Sovereign citizen. I'm an autonomous singular node body. I'm a woman. Well, how do you determine what a woman is? I declare it so. Oh, I'm a Christian. Oh, how do you know you're a Christian? Because I declare it so. It's by name. I named myself a Christian. The name is Christian. The name is woman. I'm a woman. What's a woman? The thing I named myself. What's a Christian? The thing I named myself. You guys are trans. Protestants are the first trans. They're spiritually trans. They have trans ecclesiology.
Seeing as Christianity is actually the true.
I'm saying Protestants would see Christians as a broad category. Yeah, and we would say that Christianity is not broad, it's narrow. Who's more consistent with the Bible? Is Christianity a narrow path? Did the early church fight off false teachings? Huh? Did they keep a narrow guard so the gates of hell will not prevail? Did they maintain a narrow tradition that is taught and kept throughout the ages? Oh, no, why can't we just be broad about it? Okay. Have you looked out into the world of why taking a broad approach to this is not good? It's not a good thing.
True Church of Christ. And I look at that and I just say, why would anybody accept that? I just don't really get I don't get why that's compelling to people. And it's a lot is at stake because we're talking about not just salvation, but just
exactly. Why can't we just have a broad statement of faith that doesn't include all of the necessary components? You know what I mean? Why can't we come up with a new creed that's the Niceanity Creed? It's about being nice and including everybody. The Niceanity Creed. I believe in one ambiguous God that could be Trinitarian or not. Depends on how nice you are. And one Lord Jesus Christ who might be begotten of the Father, but maybe not. It depends what the location is and the culture. You know?
Just where we set the dials for what Christianity is. And I could say more about this, but let me pause there. I see you wanted to jump in there.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. No, that's a great, I think that's a fair question. Why should you accept this?
Speaking of trans people, we have a minute left and only 2 on the skull. It's unbelievable.
And
truly,
Father Jonathan, feel free to hop in at any time that you want.
Truly.
Essentially, my thing is if Christ has established a church, then
what do you guys think? I eat Bibles or something? I have to live.
I want to join it,
right,
wherever it is, And so I think I wouldn't make numbers the focal point, because I know sometimes you say, okay, well, Orthodoxy is just it seems like such a small minority in what you would consider Christendom. But the reality is I
promise I'm not racist. It's just the way I had it framed before, it excluded the guy on the right here. Let me change that so I don't get, improperly categorized here.
Is for me, so something that I find compelling as a convert who used to actually be where you are, in kind of like a more Reformed Protestant kind of confession. But this idea of me seeing that historical continuity, Orthodoxy has, obviously you hear it all the time, that it is the fullness of the faith. But the reality is that true? And can that be defended? And I think that Orthodox Christianity and the Orthodox Church has the most explanatory power than any form of what you see as Christian, in Christianity today, whether it be, you name it. And so, for example, one thing that kind of takes Protestantism off the table for me is
there's another thing here, there's the explanatory power, which would be propositional, but there's the participatory, which is the thing we really want to focus on, I believe, as Orthodox. We want to move people away from the focus of explanatory, propositional stuff. That's all Protestantism still. That's the thing. In a sense, he's right, but he actually still kind of, maybe he's reaching over the aisle and trying to appeal to Gavin Ortland, who clearly is digesting all of this fully. And maybe trying to get him to walk the Protestant methodology into the Orthodox world. But, I find, this is totally my opinion, is that when I introduce people to Orthodoxy and I go from the direction of experience, what would it be like to experience Christian worship that you would find in the 2nd century? Would you want to see that? Would you want to experience that? That is an invitation to experience. It's not an invitation to propositions. It's not restating propositions about what you think is true. Orthodox includes that. It's definitely necessary when you get into these debacles. But ultimately, I try to guide people into liturgy first, because everything else you learn propositionally would be best filtered through the experience of orthodoxy, through the full paradigm of it, through incarnation theology. You can make sense of iconography through incarnation theology. And so one thing that's majorly missing is that the Protestant tradition is propositional. Anything that's actual through matter is just a suggestion. You don't need to do any of these activities through matter. You already did mind church in your head. So the tradition, if a tradition is something that's transmitted through the generations, father to son, daughter, and so forth, teacher to student, if that's transferred through the ages, through generations, the Protestant has no actual tradition. And anything active that's action-based through matter would be borrowed from orthodoxy. Look at it. Look at anything the Protestants do, even if they do a mangled version of it, is a callback to an early church practice, even if they mangled it. But their real basis for their entire theology ends up being a mental exercise, which is not a tradition. For the Life Fund, thank you so much. It's not a tradition. When your mental exercise stops, when you die, and your soul separates from your temporal body here, your tradition ends. That goes for you, Marty Leeds. Your cult, your Gnostic cult academy that you teach from a yurt, your tradition is a nominal one that ends with your life. Your life ends, Gnostic academy, done. There's nothing that can be kept and maintained, because it's you. You're the priest. You're the bishop. You're not grafted to a body. You're the body grafting to yourself, to your own intellect.
Apostolic succession, and there's so many things we could talk about. We could talk about sacraments. We could talk about, the understanding of salvation, theosis, which Orthodoxy still maintains that proper understanding of salvation that you see in the fathers and in Scripture. But this idea.
Jim Bob said Brett Weinstein is boring. They both are live and have equal viewership. Do you really want to go in that direction? Go ahead and tell me how many followers, how many subs Brett Weinstein has.
Of I can't just go ahead and start my own church. I can't do my own thing. Right. And so,
Jabab, what would you say to someone like C.S. Lewis, who says Jesus was not a moral teacher? He is a wrong type of Christian. I don't listen to C.S. Lewis. His entire mere Christianity view is broken. And of course he was a teacher. Jesus was a teacher. The life of someone, how they live, how they are, is teaching. We as parents, the way we act is teaching without saying. We live, and through life, through the saints, the lives of the saints are teachers without teaching, without saying. So I'm not sure what he meant by that, but it sounds like some nonsense.
Authority is important. Kind of like what Father Jonathan shared a moment ago about this idea of, this structure there's actual real boundaries to it. There is a hierarchy, and within Protestantism, sometimes it's used as this broad term. You don't really.
No, you both would have a good. No, he's boring. No, it wouldn't be a good conversation because he's boring. He's absolutely boring. It's like visiting an old Jewish woman in the hospital. That's what Brett Weinstein's energy is. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's actually real.
You have to kind of look at it on an individual basis, and Pentecostals don't have apostolic succession. Baptists don't have apostolic succession. You just go down the, so like you're already knocking off groups. You know what I mean? So, Father Jonathan, I can let you hop in.
Well, but Dr. Gavin, when you say that the biggest problem is this uniqueness, the restrictions to just one church, and I understand that pain. I really do, believe it or not. I really do understand that conundrum when you hear us talk about our exclusivity and how we understand that and so forth. But here's the thing that I don't think the Protestants have really addressed. regarding this. If there is not an apostolic church that the apostles left behind, if there is not a church that has a real link, a real connection to the church of the New Testament, to their disciples and to the disciples of those disciples, then that means the church of the New Testament died out.
Or to be fair to the Protestant, went into a coma and got defibrillators? The Restoration is like, clear. So it's like, yeah, in the most hyperbolic sense, it would be it died, or went to sleep, really, like because they think they could sort of resurrect. I call it zombie bride. Like, zombie bride is the Protestant ecclesiology. Zombie bride. Whether it died, which makes Christ a liar, but like, let's say it didn't die and it just went comatose. It's what is it? What is it? It's like Stephen Hawking bride. Clear.
And that there are a bunch of competing churches out there today that are trying to make a claim and trying to make a connection and so forth. But that's going to be all artificial. It's going to be something we make up. It's going to be our attempts to try and connect with the apostolic church in the best way we see fit. What I see when I studied this, gosh, how old am I? 69. So 60 years ago, when I began looking into this, I became convinced that there was a church the apostles left behind. That there was a church that survived all their deaths. And that is, Paul says to Timothy, what I tradition to you, what I pass on to you, pass on to other men. And when I began to understand the import of that there was a church that went from generation to generation, and that they carried with them the faith and the authority and so forth that the apostles themselves received from Christ, I became so convinced of the Orthodox Church that I had left, that I had to come back to it, because that was the only way I could be in the church that I had been reading about and discovering anew. So this idea that the apostles left something that after they died, that their authority and their teachings could pass on from generation to generation, it's a very powerful argument. And when people, when you mention people seeing it today,
apostasy, yeah, but that's not the same. That's another thing that Mormons interpret or misrepresent what apostasy. Apostasy would actually necessitate a true church. An apostasy would be a section of the church, the body, standing aside from, being separate from what? Separate from the true church. So an apostasy wouldn't mean that the church falls. It means that there's a body or a group of people that are actually separated from the true church. You're an apostate. You're an apostasy. You're separated. You're standing aside from. You're cut apart from this. It actually, but people misinterpret this. The Mormons, in particular, will actually say the church itself, the body, the true bride, went into an apostasy. From what? The church isn't an apostasy from itself? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. It's like a trick to define apostasy as if apostasy applies to the thing that needs to be there as a positive thing that needs to be there, the church, such that an apostasy as a state of affairs could exist, something separate from it, away from it, setting aside from it.
Young people, especially that are attracted to it and are joining the church, this is one of the reasons, because we offer a connection that for which we make a very powerful argument, and people hearing it go, that makes perfect sense, I'm in. And I think that's why a lot of people
Yeah, sure. So just to interact with that, I appreciate your guys' comments. I think, though, they don't hit the nerve of the issue for me, because Luther, should I call you Luther or Justin? I don't know which.
You could call me Justin. If Luther slips out, it's fine. I respond to both. That's my government name.
I'm sorry. I think I just want to be sure, last time I said that, I had this thought in my mind if I'm calling you the wrong thing there.
No, you can respond.
You know what? I might even do this. I might even go review maybe later this week Marty Leeds versus Jay Dyer. I think it's like 5 years old. It would actually be pretty funny.
Yeah, I respond to both. My mom calls me Luther.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go with Justin for now that you clarified that. So you brought up theosis, apostolic succession, sacraments, a church with authority, a church with boundaries. Father Jonathan, you brought up the apostles leaving something that we have continuity with, and the church not dying. There were some other things you guys brought up as well.
And that was an exhaustive.
Person could concede all of those points.
Wait, Gavin, could you concede the point that Christ left us a church and not a compiled Bible? Will you take that one? Or, because that's key. That's a key thing. That's a thing you want to Get clear on.
And it would not result in the claim Eastern Orthodoxy specifically is the church. There's lots of entities that believe in all those things, including lots of Protestants. So that...
You see what I'm saying? He thinks that if you believe something, then you're a part of something. No, that's believism. That's exactly why we're arguing against it. No, you have to have a source for those beliefs, Gavin. Oh, but there's a lot of people that believe this stuff. It's the same thing. Where'd they get the beliefs from? Where'd they get the doctrines from? How do they know? How do you know they're correctly summarizing the doctrine or the dogma that they're holding? Well, they believe it. They said it. Yeah, where'd they get it from?
That does not hit the issue for me. Okay. I could agree with all of that. I do agree that there's one church. I do agree Jesus founded a church that has living continuity over time.
How do you know that? See, these guys are real nice about it, you know. Father Jonathan, awesome debater, really good communicator. I don't know much about Justin here, but you just go to epistemology really quickly, real quick. No, hold on. We actually don't grant you that. This is like exactly what that little kid did against Jay. Wait, no, we both affirm the church fathers. I mean, what are we talking about here? Jay's like, no, we don't. I'm not giving you that. So they're being gracious here. You know, I'm ruthless. But I think you should be ruthless. I don't think Gavin Ortlund should get away with that statement at all. Anyone want to give me a hint on what we are covering, watching now? Had to step back for a while. Thank you, Tengu. We're looking at Gavin Ortlund. Okay, listen to the statement again. There's no reason we should grant Gavin Ortlund this statement.
As well.
And yeah, and that wasn't
exhaustive. A person could concede all of those points, and it would not result in the claim Eastern Orthodoxy specifically is the church. There's lots of entities that believe in all those things, including lots of Protestants. So that does not hit the issue for me. Okay. I could agree with all of that. I do agree that there's one church. I do agree Jesus founded a church that has living continuity over time.
You don't get to say that. He'd be like, why? You guys believe that? Why would you say that? No, you in your system, you don't have a good reason to say that. Now, they're not going to be that rude. I would be that rude. I'd be like, nah.
What I don't agree with is that is restricted to Eastern Orthodoxy per se. And let me share how you might appreciate the concern, okay? How you might appreciate how it feels.
Sure.
Imagine when a member of the true Orthodox Church comes to you and says, you're out of the church. You forfeited your canon.
How would you feel if I called you a dum-dum?
And gives all these same arguments for Jesus established.
That would be incoherent. If an Orthodox person came to, in particular, Father Jonathan Ivanov, who's clergy, and said, you're not in the church, the Father Jonathan Ivanov would say, based on what authority?
Church, you have departed from this singular institution that Christ established. Considering that scenario can help you understand what it feels like to be on the receiving end.
What it feels like? Someone get this guy out of here. I just want you guys to know, could you even imagine what it feels like for me when you say these things to me? It almost feels like maybe Arius's cheekbone after St. Nicholas slapped him across his filthy face. Can you imagine what it's like for me on the weekends? I'm sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, there's people who think I'm not in the true church. I just want you to put yourself in my little clogs. I want you to know what it's like to be in my yellow Crocs with all of the Bible. What do you call the things you put in a crock?
And of an exclusive ecclesial claim whose criteria for legitimacy are supplied by the claimant. So I know you guys may be convinced, like, yeah, Eastern Orthodoxy is clearly the winner over and against Oriental Orthodox, Roman Catholic, Anglican, Lutheran, and all these other ecclesial bodies.
Just
imagine. But you need to give an argument that actually demarcates the boundaries there, not criteria that would extend way more broadly.
Yeah, I can give you an argument, Gavin. Like, obviously, they're going to say it, but let me just say mine first, because it's, my live stream. Here's the argument. For you to say there is a true church that Christ started, you actually have to appeal to a church that's not yours to even know that, to even believe that. That's the argument. It's the necessary precondition for you to even say that Christ started a church is to rely on a church that you're not in. Why? Because Christ started a church isn't just some faith-based believism statement you say. It's also a historical statement. It's a metaphysical statement. It's a lot of statements basically baked into one. The argument is, Gavin, for you to say Christ started a true church, you're appealing to a church body. And you have to point that out, or you can't say Christ started a true church. The statement itself necessitates a normative authority that you currently are rejecting. You're in a contradiction.
Yeah, so that's a great point. However, I think it misses the force behind it. So, for example, if I was talking to someone that was first of all, some of the what people would call the apostolic churches, we would all agree, like, okay, yeah, like on a lot of the stuff that you mentioned, yes, there's apostolic, there's historical continuity, there's apostolic succession, there, we have sacraments, things like that. And so the thing is, when we have conversations with them, the conversation becomes more narrow. If I'm talking to, and like, I have a lot of respect for the Oriental Orthodox tradition. I have a lot of respect for, I mean, but the thing is, if we're talking to someone from a particular tradition like that, that's where the conversation is different. But now, when we're talking to Protestants, and specifically, you name it, whatever the specific Protestant is, that's when we can get a little bit more broad, because it's like you don't even meet like these minimum criteria. Like, for example, apostolic succession, like I brought up earlier, already eliminates a lot of people out of the conversation. So if it eliminates a lot of people out of the conversation, then at that point, like, why am I talking about the Fifth Council with you, or you name it?
Because that would be your church's claim. Now we could go through apostolic succession, and we could debate that issue, but
see, like, the counter to Ortland here could have been much sharper, much sharper. Just simple. How did you find out or know or come to believe that Christ started a church? It's really simple. Hey Gavin, how did you come to the knowledge? What authority are you trusting to come to the knowledge or the belief that Christ started a church? That's all.
My point is that doesn't establish whether Eastern Orthodoxy is the one true church.
Well, see, but we think it does, and we think we can make that point. And something you said a moment ago, Dr.
Could
Gavin,
you explain how apostolic succession
I'd love to.
establishes Eastern Orthodoxy?
Sure, I would love to. But let me just first mention, before I go into that when you mentioned, well, there's a lot of other churches that believe in sacraments and this and that and the other thing. The problem I've seen over the years is that, for example, take sacraments. How we define those, how other people might define those, are two completely different.
Well, yeah, even the reference sacraments has a historical basis. So orthodoxy, when it comes to sacraments, what they are, we participate through matter. What are the sacraments? And where do they go back to? Where do we get these notions from? Well, we get these notions from an early church. What is the early church practicing? Not Protestantism. You don't have the authority to say what you're saying? What do you mean? What am I saying? What are you talking about?
Different things. It's like when you sit down with the Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh, we believe Jesus is the Son of God. Not the way we do. And you know what I mean. If you know anything about Jehovah's Witnesses, they're essentially Arians, and Jesus is a created human being for them, just like he was for the Arians. So they use the term Son of God, but they don't mean the same thing. So whether we're talking about sacraments or liturgy or apostolic succession, even, we're talking about terms that need to be defined. So you just asked, what is apostolic succession? That's something that we feel very strongly.
I didn't ask what it is. I know how you define it. What my point was, your view of apostolic succession is adhered to by multiple different churches.
Yeah, I know it's adhered to, but is it? You can't say our version of sacraments is adhered to by multiple churches if you don't define what a sacrament and how we adhere to it. I mean, this is complete nonsense. A total nonsense machine. How do you know other churches that are not Orthodox are adhering to the same sacramental system as Orthodoxy? Because you just, what, is it because you said the same word? Same word?
And therefore, if that view is correct, it does not establish Eastern Orthodoxy specifically. And I was inviting you to comment on that and try to explain why that would even be relevant to the claim that, for example, Eastern Orthodoxy rather than Oriental Orthodoxy is the one true church.
Yeah, can I say a quick thing about that? So if we were talking to, for example, like an Oriental Orthodox person, then we would be talking about Christology. We have a difference in how we understand the council, why it was accepted, why it wasn't accepted.
What was that?
As for someone that is you know, or if we're talking a Roman Catholic, we'd be talking about the papacy. We'd be talking about, you know, authority and why we don't accept the papacy.
Who's this guy? You're making claims on Christianity. Where do you get the authority? Oh, you don't have the authority to ask me that. I'm sorry.
Papacy. And that's something that you and I would agree with. You know, you as a Protestant, myself, you know, us as Orthodox, we would be talking about that specific point. But before we're talking to a Protestant, and not only and also a Protestant that I know you don't say that you hold to an invisible church, but
yeah, I'm just reflecting. Yeah. I am an Orthodox Christian, and because I'm an Orthodox Christian, I'm telling the viewers what I believe as an Orthodox Christian.
In a lot of ways, it seems...
I'm not saying because I'm saying it, it's true.
To be
I'm not saying I'm the authority in the teaching of it. I'm just saying what I believe, what I follow.
Because you have this...
It's not an internal critique. Because an internal critique would be, do you have some sort of authority, myself, like clergy or something, right? No, I don't. I'm appealing to clergy. So does an Orthodox Christian who's merely a laity have the authority to appeal to clergy? Yes.
Broad view of the church where you accept Pentecostal.
No, I'm literally watching a person who's clergy who's teaching the distinctions here. So what are you talking about? Scuba. You guys are snakes. You're pig snakes. You don't surprise me. You're squiggly manifestation of demonic entities. It doesn't bother me. You don't know what you're doing. This is actually annoying. You need a referent for all these traditions you claim to share. What's their origin? And why would you not adhere to that? Yeah, that's the thing that I get a little bit frustrated because, you know, I get it. Most people are more amicable than me. But these kind of driving questions, by the way, are so sharp. And when you grant them too much, you just don't need to. You don't need to grant them anything. You know what I mean? You just say, where'd you get this idea? I'm sorry, where did you get the idea of a sacrament? I just want to know historically. I'm asking a question. Where do you get the idea of a sacrament? Where do you get the notion of the gospel, right? Where do you get this from? I want to know. I'm interested. Let's say I'm not Orthodox. I want to know where you're getting these notions from, Gavin.
Non-denominational, all these people are all these institutions are part of the one true church, but yet historically that doesn't even line up. Historically, no one has ever seen the church that way until like you pass the first millennium. So this would be why we're focusing, like why we're saying what we're saying, and we're not specifically saying, hey, this is why we get into this is why, because if we go through every mind.
Yeah, this guy doesn't understand the distinction of saying your position and then what authority you appeal to for stating your position. He doesn't. He's stupid. Scuba Steve is a dum-dum.
New detail. This would be like
again, deserves no food or water.
Hour conversation.
Oh, it's not minute details. I understand what you're saying, and you're saying you tailor your conversation to the person in question, and that makes sense. But the proposed ecclesiology.
Gavin has had these answered so many times. His entire career is literally opposition to orthodoxy, and his counters being met with clergy or apologists over and over again. That's his entire identity. He loves it.
That is on the table here is Eastern Orthodox ecclesiology, which is exclusivist in its own way, and we're allowed to talk about where those boundaries are, even if not every one of them is at the razor edge of where I would personally disagree. So I'm allowed to point out
based on what authority.
Historically, Eastern Orthodoxy in the 19th century, for example, has referred to the Roman Catholic Church as apostate and fallen away from the truth and so on and so forth. And I point to these encyclicals and observe that. We're still allowed to talk about that, even if I don't adhere to every Roman Catholic doctrine myself, because the claim on the table is Eastern Orthodoxy the one true church? Now, just to clarify, it is not that. We still have a misunderstanding.
You know what's funny about this is that according to Gavin's criterion, if you're saying the believers, the set of believers who believe XYZ believism, basic propositions, the most basic sense, Christ is God, you know. He defeated death, trampled on death, right? Gavin has to say, yeah, actually, every single Orthodox parish and church every believer, every practitioner, every person who's baptized is a Christian. So this is what's so funny about Gavin's position, is that from his position, Orthodoxy is the true church, but a lot of other things are the true church. And he's saying, well, I actually do hold that Orthodoxy is the true church in this basic sense. So, congratulations. And then when we say, no, Orthodoxy is the true church, but there's only one true church. So in a sense, it's like he's forced in a contradiction. It's either there's one true church or there's not. If the one true church includes Orthodoxy, but it includes everything else that's not Orthodoxy, then you can't really argue that that's one true church, because you're going to have incompatibilities with doctrine and practice and dogma.
About invisible. Invisible.
No, I didn't say that you believe that. I'm saying
5 left, 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
I know what you said, and
okay.
I'm speaking to that. That I'm saying your statement doesn't reflect an understanding of the visible invisible distinction. And in your defense, people do this all the time. But visible and invisible has to do with being seen. It's not the same as institutional. And so the issue with Eastern Orthodoxy is restricting the church to one institution. It's not that Protestants believe in an invisible church rather than visible. We think you can see the church. Theoretically, you could count every baptized person and point to them right over there. Mm-hmm. So the point is, we do not restrict the church to one institution. That's where we disagree. Go ahead.
Well, was that true in the apostolic era? I mean, oh man, was that true in the apostolic era? That's what I would ask him. If that was true, if that's true what he's saying, then Paul had to write a lot more letters to differing, quote, churches that were way outside of bounds, right? I mean, this has never been the case. They love this term institution, too. It's like sort of like it's a type of soft well poisoning. Institution sounds authoritative and scary and like cold and brutalist. It's like gray and wet. It's made out of metal. It's got bars on it, right? Institution. I'm sorry, Gavin. Obviously, there need to be one true church, if you want to use the term institution, for you to trust that the doctrine and the deposit of the faith and the gospel and the teachings of Christ, the sacraments and the traditions actually maintained unscathed throughout the ages. You're going to have to appeal to an institution if you want to call it that.
So you would say...
wait, hold on. I mean, this is where we would have to say, we're again, as I said earlier, this is where I would have to say we're speaking a different language. We don't look at the church as an institution. The church is the body of Christ, and the body of Christ cannot be divided. So if there is one body, and there can't be many bodies, there's only one body. If there is only one body of Christ, therefore there is only one church. Who is that church? Who's in it? I guess you could say who runs it and things like that. Where is it located? Who's a member of it? But there still is only one church. The word.
Right. If Christ started a true church and he promised it wouldn't be taken over by Satan, Gavin Ortland's dad, then could Gavin Ortland tell me where I should go to church if he believes there's one true church? That's all you ask them too, because when they say, oh, Protestants don't believe in an invisible church, they believe in a visible church. Cool. And by visible, it means you have a location I can go to this weekend, right? No, I mean, not like that visible. I mean visible like the people who have the invisible church in their mind. The people are visible, but the church is still in their mind. Just ask Gavin Ortland in simple language, where should I go to church, to the true church this weekend?
Institution really is not reflected in our theology very well at all. The idea that there's an institution, which seems to imply in the minds of people something that's man-made. The church is definitely not man-made. As I said earlier, quoting Father Alexander Schmemann, it's a mystery with sacraments. It's a mystery with liturgy and things like that. It's not an institution. It's nothing man-made. Now, there are man-made things that come up around it to protect it, to govern it, to administer it, and things like that. But it's not an institution. So I would shy away from that word, because now I'm trying to enter in.
I told you, they use that word purposefully.
Holy cow! That is a big...
That's what I'm saying. Thank you,
Fuck
Tangu.
the goal and YouTube taking a cut.
Seriously.
Tengu.
They do. Thank you, Tangu. Very generous of you. Yeah.
That is a very generous donation, like the one I left in the public pool.
Yes, yeah, YouTube does rip away 30% of your hard-earned money that you're trying to give to someone else who's working hard. And Bob chats, even Vagine doesn't take any. She doesn't even value money. We know what she values.
To how you're defining the bait your way, and we really can't do that because again, we just don't see it the same way. But here's what I would. You bring up a very good point, Dr. Gavin. I have no problem with the question being raised. Why is the Orthodox Church the one true Church of Christ? We go back to apostolic succession, and I know how you know it's defined, but the fact of the matter is, when we look at what, for example, the apostolic fathers have said about apostolic succession, what they keep getting back to again and again and again is two things. First of all, the bishops that hold a direct continuity with a bishop that came before them.
Yes. Was St. Ignatius correct? Do you appeal? Does Gavin appeal to any of the early bishops and say, you know what? They're right. Where the bishop is, that's where the church is. The succession of the teaching from the apostles, disciples, and priests and bishops that follow, that this teaching through time maintains what it is, where it is. Does he agree with that or no?
So they are men to whom has been handed both the faith of the church to faithfully teach and pass on, as well as the governance of the church, for which hands were laid on them in direct succession, going back to some apostle that ordained the first bishop.
Bye-bye, Scuba.
Now, when we think about what the bishops were handed in terms of the faith and what they then passed on, there are characteristics of that faith that we believe we still adhere to. And to take the Roman Catholic Church as an example, we believe that the Roman Catholic Church does not anymore adhere to. For example, the issues of papal infallibility and papal superiority. These issues were not a part of the church of the first 1,000 years. They cropped up every now and then, but they were slapped down, and the Church of Rome accepted that, even by some of their own popes. So when we talk about what that faith is...
Alex's stream? No, I don't know what's going on Alex's stream. What is it, party? Party time?
That was handed on. We're not talking about a mechanistic laying on of hands that means, oh, now you're a bishop and you can go teach whatever you want. Oh, now you're a bishop to whom this church in this city has been entrusted, and here's the faith that goes with that. You now have faithfully received this, and you have to now faithfully teach it and pass it on to the next generation. We don't believe Rome has done that again and again and again. It's clear where and when they have changed aspect of the apostolic faith, not just, for example, papal infallibility, but the way they changed the way the Eucharist was done, the way married priest. I mean, you could just go on and on and on.
V1, V2, and so on, yeah.
There's a very long list. They deviated from that apostolic teaching. They've deviated from it. They no longer hold to it. It's whatever they define now. And now the God they believe in, they've defined as the same as the God the Muslims believe in. Sorry, we cannot be in communion with the church that defines the God they believe in as the same God the Muslims believe in. That is a deviation from the faith.
It's also a deviation from a stance that the Pope at the time, Pope Urban II, declared an actual war against Islam on the basis of the stance, his affirmative stance, that they worship a demon. His stance, his words, Muslims worship a demon from the Pope, papal authority. Now you could say, well, he wasn't really sitting in his seat. He was walking around or whatever. Okay, you declared a literal, like, a crusade. A theological crusade on a suggestion then? I mean, you got to pick and choose. It's either authoritative and you believe the Pope when he says they worship demons. This calls for an actual crusade. But also, it's not ex cathedra. I was just I was spitballing.
That we cannot tolerate. So that's just an example of what we mean by that.
So you raise an interesting point that you won't be surprised to know that I have agreements that Roman Catholics have added things on.
Yeah, I know.
I use this word accretions a lot for things like, priestly celibacy, a great example. My concern is I think so have the Eastern Orthodox. And but let's
add to what? See what I'm saying? These guys, I mean, honestly, this guy's getting away with too much. I mean, I suggest go watch it. There's Father Jonathan Ivanov is very patient and prudent in how he approaches these things, but I don't have the same reputation. They're just granting him so much in real time, so much. Like, for instance, that just frustrates me when he says, well, I think Orthodox added to things. Okay, so is there a thing that's pristine that you know of before Orthodox, quote, added to it? How would he know that? How would he know any of that? He wouldn't know that. He would actually have to refer to the earliest church. How far back does he want to go? The earliest church, and he has to say, well, there's a pristine church that I know exists, and the continuity of that church includes orthodoxy, which he has to hold moved away from it. And so how is Gavin Ortlund in his position going to reconcile his modern take on Christianity and these things like the sacraments and what the church is and where the church is and how it is? How is he going to go back through time and find the pure church before orthodoxy, from his view, corrupted it or moved away from it? He doesn't have access. Here, I'll use an analogy. Someone who's a restorationist, someone who does antiques, you know, those are great YouTube channels that they find an old thing from 1901 or something, or even later or earlier, and they restore it. Now, if you take the antique that they find, and their knowledge as a restorationist must include having some sort of provenance of that object back to its true form in order to restore it. So here's an old object. The old object has a historical reference and a time and place it existed. It needs to be restored, and here's the original. You need the original. You need access to the original to say you've restored it. You need those two. Gavin Ortlund, swap out the wrench that you found that you're restoring with the church. He has to say, I'm restoring. There's the true church. I'm trying to restore it and patch it up. And it existed, before Orthodoxy corrupted it, and then further Catholicism corrupted it. Okay, how do you have access to that true church then? He doesn't. Platonically ideal church, right? Yeah. How do you have access to it? Like, yes, he actually has to say, that's funny you say that. He actually has to say, I'm sort of remembering it. It's out there in the world of Platonic objects, and I'm just hoping and praying that the Holy Spirit guides me to properly remembering the true early church so I could repatch it up and start a business or something. I don't even know. Yeah, and then if he does, yeah, it's a true dilemma, John. Yeah, absolutely. It's a real dilemma. It is. He's using his pineal gland. That's funny. It's frustrating. That's why, that's why Jay sighs so much. Now, I'm glad there's more priests. I think priests are the proper channel for these people to engage with, honestly. I do. Father Jonathan Ivanov, Father Stephen DeYoung, Father Ron. These are the guys out there, the priests who are holding down the position, and their patience, God willing, it'll pay off for people like Gavin, because sometimes it's hard for me to say I want Gavin to come to Orthodoxy. Because I say, the reason I say it's hard for me to say is because my reaction to these people is keep them away from Orthodoxy. They're perverts. And I don't mean that just in some sort of like sexual sense. That's a meme for me over here. I mean, they pervert things in their head. They pervert and twist things. They lean on their own understanding. They over-intellectualize. They then craft their own narratives. They're chasing their own tail. They don't submit. And I've talked to my priest about this impulse to shield people. Be like, stay away from Orthodoxy. Like, I want you to convert, but also stay away for now. You know what I mean? It's like, come to the Ark. Also, keep your distance. You can cry. You can cry here, Tengu. You can cry. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's like a legitimate thing. It's just like, I do get a little prideful though. My priest put me in my place. God bless him. It's just like, I'm the guy who's going to stop deception and all this stuff from infecting the church. I'm the guy. Come on. it's a little bit prideful. Like it's a good notion. It's like a good impulse. You know, it comes from a good place, but it's, you know, you quickly suit up and you put chevrons on your jacket. And you have a hat and you're a holster gun. And you're like, here I am. I'm gonna stop evil from breaking the church. I'm out here doing that. Yeah, convert. Keep your mouth shut. Yeah, that's exactly what my priest said. Yep. It's like, calm down, buddy. Just chill, bro. Come on. Come on. Here, let's get you sorted. Let's get you focused on iconography, kiddo. All right? Calm down, little Jimmy. Okay, I'm the guy? No, but I'm the guy. You don't understand. I'm selected. I'm the elect warrior. I'm going to be the one. My legacy is to protect Christ's church. You're not the guy, pal. No, but I have no sleeves. I'm going to the gym for this. Right? Right? Imagine asking your priest for a blessing, but you framed it like that. Like, I really am looking for a blessing to be the guy that protects the church from Satan. Can you make... I am the sermonator. It's really important. Also, I was wondering if you could also make an allowance for me. Maybe talk to the parish council for uniforms and boots and gold-leafed boots. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it. Hope you understand. I'll be waiting for the email. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think the challenge for Prots to move to orthodoxy is that sola scriptura necessarily makes you prideful. Yeah. Also, the faith alone, like this idea that you've internalized your own soteriology in the here now and you don't, like, you're good. Former atheists often seek authority. That's true, yeah. I'm a big manly man. I'm not afraid of anything, not even crying in front of people. Don't test me, I'll do it. There's Tengu right there. There he is. That's what he looks like in the morning. That's what he looks like. There he is. I think that... oh, I already read that, thanks. Sermonator. The Sermonator. Rip says, I have this all the time, but it's good. Zeal... no, there's a good zeal. No, it just has to be guided, that's all. It just has to be... zeal is like... it's like pure potentiality. Like, it's like a battery. And you're like, where should I put the battery? The zeal battery. And it's like, it could be put into a tool that's destructive, and it could be put in a tool that's constructive and beautiful. Yeah, it reminds me of the vigilante guys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we become that. We got to watch out for that, you know? We give speeches and we rally the troops and we circle the wagons and we get all enveloped in our own passion for the church and the truth. And then you're like, cut. You like cut the scene and you get off your horse and you wipe off the makeup and you're like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not actually William Wallace. I'm not actually William Wallace, am I?
It's all fundamentalism. All churches are imperfect. Therefore, not one church can be the one true church. So all believers have to decide for themselves which church to follow. They're basically equal so long as a church agrees with certain fundamentals, and the things they disagree on are superficial. The invisible church is all those believers who believe I am saved.
Is that a parody, Vagine? Is that a parody, or I can't tell anymore? I can't make sense of the world. Do Italian shot to the Bikioku.
Shot to the Bikioku, eh?
Yeah, do Italians speak in tongues? That's hilarious. I did that. I had that bit idea where you go to one of these like Pentecostal wild churches and you just go in and you just sound very Italian and they're like, you're not really shot to the Bikioking the way we do. Okay? Shot to the Bikioku.
From Hakari di Helium of Dero Crucicilio Bocavratanga, and Nelio de Generam Brother Gligri.
Testa da minchiare, boccini, a carne, porcini, al gurghen, mascare di nuovo, bose morde, al miglior di bati, di pregacci. Oh!
Sir, you can. Are you messing with us? Are you messing with?
No, I am overtaking the Holy Spirit and taking over my body, huh? I'm supposed to speak in a tongue.
Okay, I'm just making sure. He sounds like kind of feels like you're trolling us here.
No. Oh, no, molto buone fritte, mimi, ciani, linguini, tortellini. Oh, io c'è la lume mezzo mano mamma mia andare pizza party.
I mean, how could they actually say you're not doing it right? They can't say that. They can't kick you out. What are you kidding me? You can't kick me out because it sounds a little Italian. Get out of here. It's mine. Cannoli. Possessed by Italian No! Cleve, I'm talking about going to a Pentecostal church and seeing if they have the authority to kick me out just because my tongues sound exactly like Italian. Like, what can they do? What can they possibly do?
Guarda che vicino, vicchia mi ha ragione, ma ancora di me, mi hanno con gli paesano, vaffanculo.
I'm still raising my hands.
Oh, shimmy, ogni solina. Gelato.
Louis Prima, yeah. Louis Prima going to flat out. Louis Prima loses it at a Pentecostal, crazy church.
Oh, Machiavelli, eh? Machiavelli, Nero. Sola spaghetti.
The interpreter just says a bunch of Italian dishes.
Arrivederci, huh? Buona.
Italian sounds way nicer, yeah, totally. There's even some of the light language people that sound like even better than some of these other people. I mean, this is full. Look at that's scary. Can you imagine walking in a dark alley and hearing that in sort of like a distant echo? You can yodel. Yeah, yodeling would be funny. That would be a funny prank, too. You just take all these different dialects and go into these wild speaking in tongue churches and you just yodel.
No, that's...
Mongolian throat single. What can they do? What can they do? Nothing. You can't do anything. What, are you going to kick me out? I'll report you. I'll Yelp review this place. Oh, so mad. They kicked me out because I have a particular way of speaking in tongues that sounds exactly like yodeling. Hoo-hoo. Or Pig Latin. Like, everyone knows Pig Latin, right? If you just did that and they catch on, they're like, I remember that. I remember that from grade school. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. That would be so good. Jim Carrey plays Kenneth Copeland. Oh, that's really good. That's actually a great... That would be the way you get Jim Carrey to convert to whatever demonic sect that is. He'd be like, I actually believe it. Shatalabikyoku. I'm gonna yodel my way into your heart. Send you Bob your dollars, you bums. Yeah, I have one more goal left, you know? We might as well meet it. I'm saving up. Saving up $300,000 to debate Richard Dawkins. I'm gonna see if he falls for it. 3 out of 10. Just 10 left. I mean 7 left. Just 7 left, y'all. My angel speaks in Pig Latin, you demons. Pig Snake Latin, yeah. Yeah, one more Ace Ventura. Pretty good. That would be awesome. Boop, 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 boop. Taxation is theft. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's taxation is obligation. Men who forfeit their obligations in society should be publicly ridiculed, ostracized, maybe castrated. Jorlandia is rough, dude. It's like the Middle Ages over here. I mean, we're not messing around here. You've been sermonated. Honestly, I'm still upset with Kelly Powers. You know, I gave him a raid of like 300 people or whatever. And he just starts a fight with me in the chat. Oh, man. I'm not going bowling with him anymore. It's a bobligation. Yeah, exactly. That's right. What is going on? Why? Wait, hold on. I gotta figure this out. Did I agree to something on Alex Soren's channel? This happens sometimes. It does. It happens. Debate analysis. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's gonna do a debate analysis. So that means he might actually find some sections of the evolution debate, which is kind of cool. Unless I did a debate that I don't know about in my sleep. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. No, I don't think I'm gonna be on the stream. Thank you so much, 10 buckaroonies tax day. Thank you so much, y'all. 4 out of 10. 6 more, 10 minutes. Meet the goals. Or I'll quit. Give up your money at gunpoint? Well, it wasn't always that way, though. Like, there was a time where the rich people, it was instilled in them that it was an obligation, that it was their duty and privilege. It was a privilege to be able to pay taxes. The problem is they expanded it out to everybody, and then there's no distinct obligation of class. And that's why I'm a classist. I believe in classism. I think classism is a necessary tier level for a system to be workable, like a hierarchy. That's, I think classism, actually, I think classism in the economic sense and the hierarchical sense can be very compatible with Orthodox Christianity. Now, you don't negate their value. You don't say they're less of a person because of their class. They're less human or less made in the image of God. But as far as like logistics and a workability of a system, I think class, I don't think you can deny class distinction between people. I don't think so. I think you're in your class. It's like you're the accumulation of your, how you talk, how you react to things, how you even stand, how you react to spilled milk on the table, all sorts of stuff. I like class. I'm pro-classism. The skits, dude, that guy was so weird, Cleve. That was actually uncomfortable for me to watch some of that. Like, that guy was like a kind of weird. And that's coming from me. That guy was like, his something was... Like, I honestly was like, kind of like this, like, how is Cleve going to navigate this? Like, navigate between what he's saying and like how he is. It was almost like, what should we really talk about here? That was strange. Dawkins Fun, thank you so much. Oh wow, big ol' one from my favorite name on the internet.
Holy cow!
Favorite name ever. I might change my channel name to that. Will you be mad at me if I do that? President Retard, adding new Mortis lock sets in a mansion built in 1902, 67 doors worth. Whoa, is that what you do? Couldn't send a chat last night as MDD doesn't recognize my screen name. Oh, that's funny. Good job. Of course, Jortlandia recognizes that name. Wow, that's cool. Adding new Mortis lock sets in a mansion. Wow. That's cool. I can't wait to have like a slightly bigger house and I get to add a lock set to something. If taxing alcohol and cigarettes reduces usage, why tax labor? My citizenry obligation. Thank you. Yeah, that follows. Computers are found in nature. Quote, Bobby, computers are found in nature. Dude, bro. See that? Yes. See, this guy gets it. You get it. You guys get it. Yeah. That's low class. But that's innovative. That's the thing. High class goes,
I'm sorry, sir. Can you clean up my mess for me? I'm sorry, sir. Over here.
We're all like, oh crap. Oh, that's us. Oh crap. Cindy, get over here. I'm a Serbian living in France. This tongues thing feels to us like European, like full craziness. Yeah, you probably like in Serbia. Like, other than the internet, has Posh Redneck ever seen in person someone speaking in tongues? I mean, think about how crazy that would be if you never knew about it and someone shows up and starts doing that. Whoa. A fancy name for a deadbolt? Is that all it was? He made it sound so much more fancy. You kind of ruined it for me, Shinobi. I was thinking like patinaed metal and like some sort of special handle that's unique to the design, and Mortis was like a designer who was a blacksmith and a metalsmith, and he made all this, and he had to find it. Like, President Retard had to find and source these things from 7 different countries. I had this whole thing in my head, and you literally just undermined the entire thing. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Oh, look. Look who's back. Hey, dim bulb, what is the essential property of a rock? The essential property that makes a rock a rock? I guess you would say it's an aggregate of other particulars, matter. That's what we would call a rock, of non-living things that are accumulated into a solid thing, an object. We call that a rock. We would say it's non-living. That would be the first foremost. It's non-living. Is that okay with you, retard? Let's go with non-living. A non-living aggregate of non-living particulars. How about that? Why don't you take that back to your geriatric bed? Old balls. Two left, 3 minutes, and then I'll find a place for you guys to go as I carry on my day and make emojis for you. I have to make a bunch of emojis for y'all, for all of you members. So I'm going to make emojis, think of some perks, and I'm going to hard sell you on memberships. Just so you know, I'm just telling you in advance. I'm going to hard sell you on memberships. Excellent debate. Thank you. Foddered. I was in rare form. Yeah, it's rare for me to be kind of a little bit intoxicated. It's a good thing that it's rare. But it's fun, isn't it, when I am? Isn't that nice? That's true. That's true. Where did he go? Where did Old Balls go? He still hasn't answered my question. Hey, Old Balls, is there something that's needs to be essential for something to be a mammal, or no? 2 left, y'all. Let's complete it on a full thing. You know, I despise the fractions. 8 out of 10 is the worst thing. And then I feel like an 8 out of 10. Oh, look. Steele's got a work visa. Nice. Under 2 minutes. Under 2 chats. Music play. That's a good idea. Play a musical playlist. You know what I should do is I should record little fun songs and only put it on members only. I'm a genius. Look, I need to get my family out of this tiny house. So forgive me in advance. I'm going to be very aggressive with you all. I'm going to pretty much sell you everything. Sell you my shoes. I don't care. Sell you the socks that I wore last night to bed. Replacing existing lock sets on handmade doors from early 1900s with new polished brass sets that don't fit. Ooh. Sounds really fun, though. I mean, tedious, but fun. I kind of miss carpentry. If this home situation comes through, God willing, I get to. My priest is teaching me to say, instead of have to, I get to. I get to rip up a bunch of tile and lay some hardwood flooring. Not hardwood, not the real kind. Who are we kidding? That's crazy. But the nice fake kind. For the goal, thank you, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys. Can all live with me? That would be horrifying, Alchemist. Horrifying. There we go. Another member right there. Thank you. Can you sing a song for me? I don't know. I don't feel like singing a song. I won't sing a song, but I'll play you a riff that I'm working on. Here you guys. You know what this sounds like? Can't you guys hear it? Can you guys hear that a little bit? Doesn't this sound like if you added a beat, you'd really get like that summertime, like rap, the feel good kind of rap where it's reminiscent and, what's the word? Nostalgic. Like, that's the cool kind of rap that I like. I generally don't like rap. I think it's Jewish garbage. But, you know. When you're reminiscing, sort of remembering things, summertime, girlfriends you had in your 20s or whatever, all that stuff. With a really good beat behind it, a feel-good beat. Those are my favorite rap songs. They're actually kind of cheesy, actually. My favorite rap is kind of cheesy. Yeah, when Soda and Soap was a thing, when Sega Genesis, like all that stuff. Like, there's so much there. VCRs, before phones. Remember the times, this kind of stuff. Yeah, it sounds like something Macklemore would virtue signal to. Exactly, that's exactly what I'm going for. Wrestling. What's his name? Ultimate Warrior reference. Rowdy Piper. Good old cheese. Ben Harper. I used to love Ben Harper. Oh, that was in my terrible phase of Dave Matthews. Ben Harper was included. I used to just like, oh, he's so sad and dark and almost black, Yeah, backyard barbecues. Yeah. Mr. Simpage for 10 buckaroos. Thank you. I was listening to your debate last night, and I noticed something. They keep saying that evolution doesn't occur at the individual level, yet they review and test individuals in the lab. That's right. And by the way, individuals are a part of a population, and the only way they could argue evolution happens is at the population. A population is an accumulation of individuals. It's more a peak. It's just more peeking under the curtain of nominalism. It's all the same problem. Like, it's almost like once you guys see nominalism for what it is, it shows up in a lot of places, and you're like, whoa. That's crazy. Baywatch, nice. Baywatch, nice. 8 tracks. Drinking out of the hose. Slip and slide. Riding your bike. You have to ride your bike a fair amount to the basketball court. Laser discs. DVDs. Atari. That's a little old. Larry Bird. Nice. Sugar Ray, even. Poor guy. I like it. I wish I knew how to beatbox. Can someone teach me how to beatbox? Please? Can anyone teach me how to beatbox? We can get in a Discord. Can someone meet me in Discord and tell me how to beatbox? Anybody? Yo, I remember when I used to justify wearing a tank top because I wasn't cis fat.
I didn't have so much hair on my back and my shoulders and all that. I used to dribble between my legs and even around my back, but all that's gone now. I remember when we used to wake up and just have the cereal box to look at, nothing else going on around us. Me and my brothers used to basically hurt each other for fun. Remember Sega Genesis? We'd have a sleepover and play NBA Jam until 3 in the morning. I miss that a lot. That's a legitimate memory. It is. It actually is. I remember the times when parents could be parents, and if they needed to, they pulled out a dowel to hit their kid in the butt with. But now that's called abuse. It's so stupid. You could see my drum machine is off now. See, it went away. Yo, I remember when I had to go up to a girl. I remember when I was nervous, curling up, being scared of saying hello. Hello. I remember the fear of being rejected in front of my friends. But now that's all gone, and now we get to swipe left and right instead. I remember when all the gay people had to hide away. That was the days. But now they're everywhere, showing all their cracks and stuff to children. What we need is an orthodozer, yo. Remember Deion Sanders? He came up with some ugly sneakers and I was jealous that my friend got them. Man, those were really ugly sneakers. Eminem's scared. You have to say boots and cats. Boots, cats, 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 boots, cats. Nice. That actually works. Boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats. All right, y'all. Heller. There's something there. There's something there. That's gonna be for members only. I'm gonna make a rap. I'm gonna make a nostalgic rap song, and I'm gonna charge you membership for it. Boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, boots. Maybe. Boots, cats. I'll just say ninja. All right, y'all. It's time. I gotta eat lunch. All right, y'all. It's time to say goodbye. Yeah. Till next time, dog. Yeah. I don't even think you can rap without it.
like regressively becoming a monster. It's like even nice, calm rap eventually leads you to violence. You know what I mean? Like it's impossible to not eventually puff out your chest, even if you're talking about fruit roll-ups. I remember the earliest days of fruit snacks. Those little things that looked like wrapped up deer turds, but they were grape flavored. Damn, I miss those. You want some of this? I'll shoot you. I remember Reebok pumps. I remember pumping that ball and thinking now I could dunk. What a lie, what a grift that was. I'm gonna sue them now. I'm gonna shoot you. I mean, good summertime feeling. Gosh, I need looping pedal practice. All right, it's over. It's over. It's over. The whole thing's over. Wednesday's over. Yeah. What? Haha. What? You remember those fruit snacks, though? You remember those little purple ones, though? They were red, but purple, too. And they were like little... What's the shape? It's like a... If you poured a mold into a... clawfoot bathtub, and you took the mold out, it was that shape. It's the only shape I can think of. You need to help me read... Yeah, I need help, yeah. Well, I think the cheesiness is fine, you know. I think I could be still cheesy, you know, because this is going to be members only. So members only feel-good rap, only for members. Yeah. I remember when it took a lot to cheat on a test. Roll up some answers and put it in my hat. Never have to confess. I memorized all the tests and the... You're right, I need help. They did look like deer turds. It's got a good vibe, though, doesn't it? It's good. I like it. All right. All right, that's it. That's it for me. Who am I? Where am I? Let me see where we're going. Oh, you're gonna go. Speaking of rap, I'm gonna send you somewhere funny. Yeah, that's right, dog. I'm gonna send you someone black. Yeah. God bless, dog.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Just another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught, on it what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.